do stunts or
I
acting.
don't have to.
I mean, I told
Stunt double for.
I told ScarJo, I'm like, you've got to be careful of our baby. You know, you've got to really take it easy.
Shut the fuck up.
And she's like, you know, this is my business. You knew that this was my job before we started this, and I'm like, it's just.
Yeah, but anyways, at the very least, I've heard that
it's
Shang-Chi is good.
The only thing I've liked in Phase 4 so far is Loki.
You didn't like WandaVision?
No, I didn't like WandaVision.
I liked WandaVision up until when they, started to explain what was going on.
I
didn't watch any of WandaVision.
I'm gonna die on this hill. So.
I mean, I'm not
worth watching.
Wait, Falcon and the Winter Soldier?
I didn't enjoy that as much.
Oh my god, that show's so tough.
I mean,
it's an important story to tell, but
yeah,
definitely.
Okay.
It felt like a movie that was a little too long. You know what I mean?
Yes, and here's my thing. Falcon can't get money, and they can't get a loan for a boat. It's didn't Stark leave them? And can't Happy or Pepper give him a boat? Do you know what I mean? It just was weird for me.
Okay, Kate confirmed he's going to be a bit late. Again, it's. I mean, okay. You can nitpick a lot of that stuff, but also understand that they're in America 5 years after an apocalypse.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they did explain that a little bit.
It's things are a little whack, but regardless, I feel like that's one thing that Marvel is also trying to step away from is a lot of the heroes that they relied on for a while were people who, kind of had. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say they had everything, but when your big standout star is Tony Stark, who is basically he solves most of his problems with money first, and then being a fucking genius second, and just has to deal with his own problems. It's kind of hard to tell more compelling stories if you can just kind of hand wave problems away like that. So sometimes you have to suspend your disbelief for the sake of drama. But regardless, I mean,
oh yeah, what was the meme about? It was about Batman Forever, where it's you've got Mr. What was it, Mr. Dr. Freeze and Poison Ivy. It's you've got a guy trying to develop a cure for his wife's illness, and you've got a lady trying to bring the forest back, and we're supposed to root for the trust fund billionaire, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it's the trust fund billionaire with anger problems.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, that's kind of that's part of the reason why I really like the Harley Quinn show on HBO, because they take Poison.
Really good.
They take Poison Ivy, and it's yeah, I mean, she's a villain, sure, but she even says, I wouldn't consider myself a villain. I'm more of an eco-terrorist. It's she eats all organic food. She's basically vegetarian. Or I think she's full on vegan or something like that.
I would have thought she'd have been a meatitarian.
Right?
Yeah, I don't know, but that. The thing I like about that show is that they take the villains, and yes, they are villains, but it's more campy and comic booky, and everybody's kind of a caricature of what they are. Even the Joker, to an extent, is somewhere he's a lot closer to Batman the Animated Series Joker than he is any of the other modern interpretations of the Joker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just gotta say, as of now, DC is winning. Somehow.
You mean to tell me that these comic book movies are actually comic booky? What the fuck?
The Harley Quinn is a show that's on HBO Max.
Well, whatever. Same concept.
Okay, hold on.
They're based on comic books.
And
they're comic booky? We can't have that.
Okay, hold on.
Stop.
Leg, I would like you to reserve your judgment for Phase 4 until we see Multiverse of Madness, because it's all leading there. So if they don't stick the landing on that, I'll agree with you wholeheartedly. But that's my opinion. for whatever.
You know what?
wanna
Yeah,
see,
honestly, I mean, I agree. But at the same time, do I want to wait 2 or 3 years for that?
It's in
Multiverse of Madness is coming out.
it's in 6
22,
months,
right?
It's
Yeah.
March 22.
Yeah.
Oh, and also
the new
Love and Thunder. Also, I'm excited for Love
Doctor
and Thunder.
Strange?
Yes.
Love and Thunder sounds like a porn parody, dude.
Yes. So like, I actually read the comic storyline
Got
with
the font for it and everything.
Yeah, that's one of the few storylines that I actually read is the one with Lady Thor, Jane Foster as Lady Thor, and Thor just becomes, instead of Thor, he just becomes like the Odinson.
Oh, yeah, he becomes Odinson. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got the axe. But anyway, I'm as you all know, I'm a big fan of Miss Natalie Portman, so I'm very excited for this one. There will probably be a Hot Toys figure being pre-ordered at some point.
Yeah. The thing that I'm excited for with Love and Thunder is the villain is Gore the God Butcher, who's like, holy shit! About fucking time we get like some crazy ass, ridiculously powerful like cosmic dude that's like not.
And
It's,
isn't that going to
not
be Christian
Allies.
Bale?
I think he's being played by Christian Bale.
That's gonna be wild.
I don't know. Hold on. Is Christian Bale playing him? I think he is.
Yes. From the looks
Oh
of it,
my
anyway.
god.
Yeah.
Oh,
give
and
me
you
Christian
know
Bale.
what? As much
Let's
as I
go.
haven't liked Phase 4, I gotta say, I still am excited for another Doctor Strange movie.
Ugh,
The
Yeah.
Doctor Strange movies are so good.
he's my favorite
I'm looking
Avenger.
forward to that one.
Him and Scarlet Witch are my two favorites, so obviously I'm stoked for this movie.
My two favorites are fucking Doctor Strange, because I had to pick another one because Iron Man's dead.
I remember, I know you probably don't get, it's just like everyone has this thing, but when I first saw the very first Iron Man in like 08 or 09 or whenever it came out, I remember just watching it and I'm like, that was just a good movie. And I watched it like 3 times. Like, this was actually just great. It was fun, you know?
You know, I
Yeah.
was very much alive and conscious when that movie came out, and watching that movie is one of the only good memories I have with my father, so...
Oh, geez. Well, you have that. At
God,
least.
imagine the parallel universe where that movie was bad.
Oof.
Yo, the parallel universe where Iron Man is bad, the MCU doesn't happen.
It's
I
true.
know.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well,
Imagine like,
yeah.
and then like DC, but then like all the DC movies are actually good.
Well,
Like-
okay. Yes, I was. I did a rewatch of Phase 2 like a while ago as well, and it's like it starts with Iron Man 3, which is pretty shaky, and then it goes right into Thor.
Are you kidding me? Iron Man 3 is my favorite Iron Man.
Really? I thought it was a little iffy
Yeah.
for me. Well, it also
It's
yeah.
I like it because it's effectively like the Tony Stark deconstruction episode, or not episode, but like movie. It's like it takes Tony Stark like as a person and is basically like, hey, what if he was just a smart dude and a couple of scrap, like, you know, it goes back to the build it with a box of scraps in a cave, you know.
Yeah.
They kind of go back to that, and it does a much better job at the deconstruction of his character than Iron Man 2 did, where it's like, oh, he's just an alcoholic, but it's okay because now that he's not dying anymore, now he's suddenly a good person again.
Well,
No, Tony Stark was always a bad person, and he's only just now starting to figure his shit out.
yeah, and like like
What the third movie is basically all about. Like, everything that happens to him in that movie is entirely his fault.
right. That's yeah. I'm gonna give it another watch, but then like it goes right into Thor: The Dark World, which
Oh,
is like
God.
I mean, like
A
there's
waste of Christopher Eccleston's acting talent and a waste
Yeah.
of a villain in Malekith.
yeah, there's like some good parts in it that I can enjoy, but obviously the movie itself is kind of like oof.
Thor:
Yeah.
The Dark World is like the first time I almost lost faith in the MCU.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but like look at what happened with like they saved him with Ragnarok. You know what I mean? Like I can
Oh,
Absolutely.
I could watch
Taika
Ragnarok.
Waititi knows what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, I'm glad that they were like, hey, let's let Taika do another movie, because, you know, they almost kind of ruined all of Thor's character progression between Ragnarok and Infinity War and Endgame. And I have a feeling that's because the directors of Infinity War and Endgame probably don't like how Taika took his character, because they had much different plans for Thor with their movie,
Right.
and Taika Waititi kind of came in and was like, "It's another Guardians movie, but it has Thor and Loki in it,
Yeah.
and Jeff Goldblum's there too." And they're like, "Oh God."
Yeah.
I'm actually
Yeah.
looking forward to the next Guardians of the Galaxy movie.
Oh, for
Yeah.
sure.
I want to
Oh,
see
yeah.
what they do with it.
And the holiday special.
I actually have that on VHS.
Hi, Kay.
Oh my God.
Hi guys, I have the VHS copy of the holiday special.
No,
You
no,
know,
no.
There were.
Well, we're talking about the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special. But yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant the Star Wars one.
No,
I'm so sorry.
I
I heard holiday
watched-
special, and I'm like Star Wars holiday special.
I
That's
watched Star Wars holiday special like 3 times last week or the week before.
Oh my God.
I don't know what. I was just in a weird place mentally. I don't know what was wrong with me.
That's a slight understatement right there.
Yeah. I was
Yeah,
sending.
that's almost as bad as watching Return of the Jedi willingly.
Whoa.
Or
Wait, what?
or Phantom Menace.
I think
No,
we've had
Return
this
of-
conversation.
Return of the Jedi is absolutely the weakest of the original trilogy.
It is, but I still liked it. I like
Yeah.
the
I don't.
Ewoks.
Well, I like it, right? But it's like
It's like a solid
the begin-
7.
the-
It's a
I'd
solid
say
7 in a
nah,
movie.
it's a solid 6 because the middle of that movie is really weak.
I mean,
What
so
is-
what do you-
what is the
well,
middle, what is the middle of that movie? Is that when they? That's all the
Ewoks.
original and Ewoks.
Ewoks.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the
It-
Ewoks
it's-
are the worst part of
Ewoks-
the movie.
It's Ewoks and them talking.
Uh-huh.
Well, there is that.
Like 25, 30 fucking minutes.
And they think C-3PO is a god.
I mean,
That was funny, but
Yeah,
You
that
know,
was funny.
I would say that like the whole beginning set piece in Jabba's palace kind of saves the whole thing for me.
It was, and
the
then
sail barge
Lucas
and-
ruined it with the fucking musical number that he added in the.
Oh, horrendous!
In the yeah.
Horrendous. and then at the end, I would take Jub Nub over whatever Phantom Menace score they shoved in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like 10 over 10 times. And then it shows like Naboo. Like, who gives it? We haven't even checked in on them in 7 movies. Like, who gives a shit about Naboo?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the fucking with they did at the end, like putting Hayden Christensen as a Force ghost at the end. Was
Horrendous.
The dumbest fucking thing.
I've got Harmy's despecialized editions on my Plex server. That's what I watch. It's the original.
Nice.
No tinkering.
And like the original, like it's not even like Han didn't even shoot first. Han was the only one that shot.
Yeah, he's a rogue. He's not like a good. He's like a drug smuggler. He's not supposed to be like a
Yeah, he's a spice runner.
Yeah, he's not
You
supposed
know?
to be someone that we're rooting for right at the beginning. That's the whole point of his character.
Yeah, that's the whole point of his character.
Yeah,
is that
is
you're
that-
not supposed to like him
Yeah,
at
is
the
that?
beginning.
Yeah, he finds something like bigger than himself to fight for. That's the whole point, or whatever.
Yo, wait, Hostile is Han Solo confirmed.
Hostile. He's got the roguish archetype.
He's very much not. He's more of oh god, I'm trying to think of like information broker characters. That's kind of more what he is, but he's like
He's
a
Dexter.
weirdo. Yeah, he is. Oh wait, hold on. Are we thinking of the same Dexter?
Dexter, like from the show, Dexter.
Oh, no, he's not. He's not that fucked up. He's more whimsical and
He used to be that fucked up.
Oh yeah, when he was in a cult, but then he started thinking for himself. He was
Okay,
like, wait, this is all kind of fucked up.
he went from Dexter to Dexter's lab.
Yeah, kind of.
Dexter to Dexter pipeline.
Wow.
Oh yeah, you know what movie needs like, or like what Star Wars movie needs
My job is
good
to-
re-release? Is
What?
Phantom Menace.
Oh, did you see the
That-
thing?
That movie's audio is so fucking bad.
Yeah, it could use another pass on the mixing.
Like, I love the Darth Maul fight, but oh my god, their footsteps, dude. It's so fucking annoying.
Yeah, the
Oh, what the
footsteps are
fuck?
like you turn all of the sound effects on Skyrim down and then turn footsteps all the way up.
Oh God.
Yeah. It's so
Yeah.
bad.
It's been so long since I've seen that movie.
I will complain to the end of time about that fight's audio mixing. It's just so bad.
Like
Like,
it's got some
why
good
are
parts, but
yeah? I mean, in general, like it's a fucking great fight, right? But like when Duel of the Fates is playing, why the fuck are Darth Maul's footsteps louder than the music?
yeah. Kind of I have the same complaint about the audio mixing
Or voting.
in Castlevania on Netflix. Like but it's like kind of the opposite problem of everything feels more muted than it should. Like in the second season when they're fighting uh all the different vampire lieutenants in the Great Hall of Dracula's castle, it's like it's all the shit that's going on is so fucking cool, but all the sound effects feel like they're muffled for some reason. Like they don't have the same like impact and punch. Like when Trevor, uses the Morning Star on a dude and they fucking explode, there's like no oomph to it. And on top of that, the music that they're playing is this orchestral remix of Bloody Tears, and I've listened to it. It's fucking amazing, but you could barely fucking hear it when you're listening to it. And it's like, and I have a decent sound bar. Like other things that I watch on here sound fucking amazing, and it's just this is like, like fucking Sypha flamethrower some vampire in the face, and it's like, that's what it sounds like. What the fuck? Ugh. I love that show, but the audio mixing when it comes to the big fights is very bad.
Hmm.
Maybe we should play D&D though.
Yeah, I think we should. I think I've ranted long enough about stuff. All right. Hi, diddly ho, neighborinos. Who wants to or can handle the recap?
I
could.
could, but I'm not doing it.
I think I could.
Okay.
Kind of bleeding out of the ears right now.
Well, shit went down. Shit went hard. There was a fight between the Commandant and Tarkov against the Vigilantes and most of the captains. One of the captains died, Trailer. 3 of the Vigilantes almost died.
Mhm.
The Commandant was captured and made prisoner, and Arco is a goddamn vamp.
Once again.
Natural 20 on the death save, standing right up from near death and fucking one-shotting Tarkov's head off.
And we all saw the highlight.
Afterwards, we had a meeting with the Marquis, and in 2 days' time, they're going to convene to discuss what to do.
Yes, and he also extended full partnership for the battle ahead, and should all of this be successful, those who want it may receive a pardon.
Who needs a pardon?
Hey, just a thing to mention. Alright. So, after all of that, the parties went their separate ways, back to their abodes, to rest up, to lick their wounds, and think on what it is that must be done next. So, for anybody who hasn't on your character sheet, you can go ahead and make sure you've long rested and all that. Make sure you've also done all your picks for your level. And first, I think we will start with Ajax.
Big X is
Because
innocent.
I know. you chose something for your warlock path, so that means
No, actually, I didn't.
you
I
didn't.
ended up going fighter.
Okay, never mind. Then I will hold off on this then. All right. What did you pick for fighter then?
Nothing. Level 7 is just a standard one.
Yeah, so
No, that's
No, no, that's 8. 7, you get some athletics thing.
Oh yeah,
Invulnerable?
because you're a champion. You get an additional
Yeah.
fighting style, or no,
No,
you get
that's at level
remarkable
10.
athlete. Yeah, you get
Yeah.
remarkable athlete.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. All right. Ajax has been doing his squats. All right.
I'm starting to
Well,
think of fucking Ajax as what's his name from Rocky, the Russian dude.
I
Oh.
must break you.
yeah,
Yeah.
Dolph Lundgren.
Yes.
I must break you. If he dies, he dies.
I fight for me. Great movie.
Gunner, what are you doing? Making a bomb.
In Ellis Lord, No One Asked For, one time I watched all 5 Rockies in one day.
Oh, jeez. Which one was
That's
the
impressive.
worst? Because I've
5.
not seen it. Okay.
5 and then
I've not
2.
s- Yeah, I've
Yeah.
not seen like any of them.
I could talk about this for an hour. I won't get into it.
happy birthday, Paul.
Yeah.
All right, so. Well, now I will leave it up to the group then. How do you wish to proceed in gathering your allies?
I would like to talk to Lynette Madsen,
Okay.
since I assume it's probably the best bet if I go do that.
Jeff, you have to go?
Well, let's say, when would you be doing that?
Probably first thing in the morning.
Okay.
She seems like an early bird.
Just because, I mean, that was going to be Madcap's first thing, and Madcap was going to go to Pigeon and say, hey, how the hell do you think we can contact her? So if you think it'd be best to do a solo, that's totally cool. But I don't know, that was the first thing I was planning on doing, was asking Pigeon about that.
Well, I mean, if you want to discuss that, we could. I'm reading a spell though.
I just want to say that we just got a follow from 1, 2, 3, 4 Haas's 5th alt account. Thank you, Haas.
You're doing the Lord's work.
I know. I'm gonna
Please stop botting.
I know. I must be at almost 80 followers. Keep it up, Haas. You can do it. A few more.
Let's not encourage bannable offenses.
That's fair.
on
That's
Twitch.
fair. Yes. Don't do that. Stay safe out there.
We appreciate the enthusiasm, but please don't.
Okay, so I'm confused on animal message.
Mm-hmm.
Do I need to know where they are?
Does it specify that you know where they are, or just a creature
Well,
that you know?
So in the first half, or the first like body of it, it says the target beast travels to the for the duration of the spell towards the specified location. But then in the second half, it says when the message arrives, it delivers your message to the creature that you describe. So, is it I describe a creature and it's referring to the creature as the location?
Let me read it. Give me 1 second. Animal.
I can display it.
Basically, what you're going and doing is you're describing a person or person or creature to them, and saying, "Go look over here. They should be there," and it'll go to that location, look around, and try to find the person that you've described. If I'm following correctly, because I used to use Animal Messenger on my Druid a while back, and that's how it was explained to me.
I would say with Animal Messenger, you could describe the bits or like just the region, like this region, like
Mhm.
the southeast side of the city outside the walls, and then give Madsen's description. Um, you could do that.
Okay.
And then it says, let's see, Beast Travels. Okay, so yeah, and it can search there, and it'll basically just search there for the duration of the spell until it finds her.
I describe her to a rat. It pulls out a bunch of IDs and starts trying to identify who she is.
And this is your ID.
Oh, this lady.
So this must be your wallet. It's not my wallet.
Okay, so yeah, I'll go out and I'll try and find some pigeon to cast Animal Messenger on.
Easy enough. Pigeons are a dime a dozen in the city. You over to one of them when casting the spell, and it and kind of like just looks at you with its beady eyes and just goes,
She's fallen ASMR, right?
yes.
The
So
only
I'll
thing I can
say,
think of is the frickin' pigeons from Bolt.
I'll
Oh
like
god.
point to the side of the wall the bits is over. I'll say, go over the wall in the poor but not shaken looking place, and try to find a ASMR woman who carries 2 axes, and tell her,
Do you need to see
Tell
her
her-
picture again?
yeah, probably.
There.
Okay, so gray hair.
Yeah, it's kind of like white, but it's got like some browning. It's like brown around the sides, but it's got like streaks of white.
Yeah, so brown and whitish hair, brown eyes, some markings on her.
She'll likely be taller than most of the men she hangs around.
Yeah, exactly. She's probably taller than every single man she hangs around. It looks like somebody you wouldn't want to fuck with. And then tell her that Pigeon says we need to meet. Leave a note, and I'll give my address under my door of where to within whenever you can.
Okay.
It's urgent.
All right. Cool. Let me see how long it takes the bird to find her. Okay.
Don't forget to add 5 minutes in there for distractions from birdseed and shit like that.
Well, thankfully the magic keeps the bird free of distractions for anything that is not in dire need of survival. All right. So, you let the pigeon go and it flies off into that direction and begins searching. It will be approximately 8 hours before you hear anything. I did not roll very well on that.
Okay. Well, in that case, do you want to continue doing this, or do you want to move on to someone else?
It's up to you if anybody else has a different idea. Otherwise, I can skip ahead.
It's gonna be 8
Yeah.
hours. I'd say move on to somebody else.
Yeah, move on to somebody
Because
else.
we don't know. Yeah, we don't know what they would be going and doing. They may find her sooner. Who knows?
All right. Who has another idea?
As far as Lynette specifically,
Or different like thing to pursue.
Madcap would go to the academy to talk to Elvalor.
Okay. Does Pigeon want to go along?
If Madcap offers it.
If I mean, I figured like I don't know. I just had the idea like we'd all just meet for breakfast and or something. I don't know.
You could do that.
We can meet at the goal. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go to McDonald's. I want a Happy Meal.
Where's
They don't
Black
do
Coffee?
Happy Meal. They don't do Happy Meals this early, Jack.
This is unacceptable.
Oh, so
I need
you're
to
like a
speak with your manager.
38-year-old man.
That doesn't matter. I'm buying it for my kid.
They have owlbear toys.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
even better.
Okay,
Even
I might
better.
have to buy Happy Meal.
All right, so you guys go to the goal and meet up for breakfast. Um, the everybody in the goal, at least as far as the staff, seem in much happier spirits. You can see that Shoshana
Insight?
seems to be doing well as well. Sure, go ahead and insight if you want. Seems like a lot of them are happy that Shoshana is back, and she is providing some much needed light into everything. Last 3 years for those of Ajax's staff that have been with him that time, or
Likely
have
all
probably
but
been rough.
one of them.
Yeah, you're probably very thankful that things are turning around as it seems. She's currently tuning one of her stringed instruments, just on like the edge of the bar. In fact,
Oh, you.
I think I'm. There it is.
I thought she was gonna say something.
No, I'm just moving people over. If you want to go, that's perfectly fine.
hmm I was gonna say to her, like, while she's tuning it, like, let me know what key you tune it in. We'll play after we discuss what we need to.
Oh. Let's see if you can.
Yeah, of the staff, I think only Molly would be the newest member.
Mm-hmm. And then you have
She's
your
probably.
newest hire from Zanir as well.
Oh, that's true.
There we go. But as you enter in, Clara also kind of sees and just kind of waves at everybody. All right. So, breakfast is made. Served to you by, I think it's Moore works the,
More works the kitchens,
yeah,
but it's actually Joff that would be in at this
right,
time. More is the night
night guy. Yeah, yeah,
staff.
yeah.
Yeah.
I really should have written this down on like the map here so I can see it instead of having to scroll through my notes.
Yeah, Molly would be on duty for serving at this point. Tammy gets in later in the day. Yanine isn't there yet. She shows up around noon. Sarah is there because she kind of oversees the staffing and housing.
Yeah.
And so on. And Brahm is there. Brahm lives there.
Gotcha.
He sleeps in the kitchen.
He sleeps in the fight pit out back. He just puts a tent up. Maybe not every night, but maybe some nights.
He sleeps under the boxes out there. It's fine.
Okay, but for breakfast, well, okay, I already have a contact looking for Lynette Mads. I'll deal with that. Is there anything else we need to deal with together, or anything we need to let each other know of?
Well, I was actually going to ask you how we might get a hold of her, but looks like you're on top of that. I was going to make a trip to the academy to speak to Magus Elvalor. Probably don't need a whole crowd this time, but I guess it'll just be an invitation.
I'll come with you, why not? I have some time to burn.
Sounds good.
Ellis?
Ellis has passed out.
Oh, I hope I wasn't chewing too loudly. Sorry.
Oh, no, no, you were muted, but
A pot of strong
I
tea,
address you.
if you would.
Mike, I will ask, Glenn, in your upper circle, is there any recruitment that can be done there?
Yeah, you've got all sorts of stories. Anybody owe you any favors?
Well, I have a cousin who runs an archery school. They have several bright up-and-comers who can hit an owlbear's eye at 500 yards. I could send him a sparrow.
wait, hold on. I had to do the math in my head for yards. It's like 1,500 feet. Like, I think the only weapon in the game that has that range is like a bad news, and that's like at the edge of its.
Not true.
Not true.
Longbow
Bad
with
news.
sharpshooter. Or no, wait. That's only 600 feet. Never mind.
Yeah.
Bad news without sharpshooter is 1,200.
Oh yeah. At that point, with like the longbows, they're basically just firing into the air and hoping.
Justin, can I use my court functionary feature to think if I know anyone who fits the bill?
This is more of like likely going to be perhaps close to a military operation, but there are certainly a number of people you could get the word out for, like merchants and local suppliers and stuff like that, to be ready, to offer things when asked, and potentially give more support, I guess, like garner more support from the city. I guess that would probably be the best thing that could happen.
What is
So-
it we're going and plotting at this point?
Well, so from what so it's gathering support and allies and stuff like that from within the city, either for direct help in scouring the under tunnels of the city to find the last remaining of the benefactors, and having more people will help you to deal with whatever problems might be down there still and whatnot.
I mean, would I know maybe like an elven ranger or someone who could do some tracking? Someone like that?
Maybe not directly, but people who might. So again, it's one of those things of you would be able to get the word out for stuff like that, and then I would determine if something happens.
Sure, yeah, so I would do that. And
The base thing that you will get by using that feature would be offering, like, basically getting people on board with offering up support, for the city guards, and basically making them more effective at their task. So they'll be better supplied.
Quen's also, at this point, as she's doing this, she's getting, rather than doing it more cloak and dagger, she's doing it with her name attached. Lady Quenthrith is attempting to protect the city. We're trying to, garner support. We're trying to, finish this once and for all. And she's kind of beginning, the very first rumblings of a campaign are happening.
Yeah.
She's doing like a little bit of PR. Also, could I find somebody in the city who does PR?
There are a number of people who specialize in being a clerk of some kind that could likely work their way into that.
What about another bard?
I can ask my old band friends.
Yeah. What about somebody from a local bard college who maybe I have a connection with?
Oh, you mean the academy?
Maybe. So
yeah, because the academy is not just like wizards. It's not just a wizard school.
Of course.
It is both like an art school and like a magic school, and as well as just a regular fucking college too. So like,
what I want, and this is, I'm not actually kidding, I want somebody going tavern to tavern singing the tale of Lady Quenthrith the Great and how she saved the city. This is what I need happening.
okay, yes, there are a number of...
And the Vigilantes too. They were there also.
Yeah.
Hey,
No, but that part is at the very end after she's done. She's
Yes.
just like, and she won. And the vigilantes were there.
Yes, and there
And
was a
that's-
dragon. Yeah, there was a dragonborn
Yeah.
there too. I don't know.
There are a number of starving artists that you could commission for such a task to
Yes.
write
We-
a ballad.
Can we hold auditions?
Yes,
Please,
Like-
we have to hold auditions.
like in the first Pitch Perfect. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
God, how dare you speak that name?
We're really putting him on the spot.
Ajax is going to he's gonna go and kind of look around and ask Quen, do you think we could go and convince the city's leadership to go and shed a few coins for support?
I'm sure a basic fundraising would be very possible, Ajax. Yes, of course. Oh, and when people...
Ajax,
Go ahead.
Ajax goes and leans over to the holds up a finger and leans over to the side and calls out for Brahm. Brahm,
Eh?
send a message to Lemke with the Iron Reavers. We may need to go and garner a little bit of support, and I'm thinking they could probably use some coin.
Yeah, I'll see if they're still in town. Could probably, yeah, if we can get them on our side, yeah, I think that could work. And he looks over to Molly. He's like, Molly, your penmanship's a bit better than mine. You take this down? She's like, yeah, sure. And so she starts to help him write a letter.
I knew that's why I kept him around.
All right. Well, that's a mercenary group. All right.
Oh, I'd also like to, the night before or whatever, when I was just in town, I would have wanted to get any books I could that are about mining and how to run a mining guild. And I'd be kind of just
Okay.
reading those while I drink very strong tea all night after transing.
Okay. First, give me an investigation check.
Thank you for putting up with this, Justin.
Oh, you're fine.
Oh, why is it not? Hold on a minute.
Marco, could you get clerics involved?
Oh my god, it's doing the thing again. But did you get
Don't
that?
lie, Bart.
Didn't go through. It didn't push to the thing. Hold on, something's wrong with my browser.
Maybe refresh it.
What am I
Close
using?
down.
What cake?
Huh?
You said something.
When?
Like
Fuck.
15 seconds ago.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I gotta fix this,
Hey,
Justin. But
I'm
I
the
rolled
one
a
who's
17.
drinking. All right.
Okay.
Let's leave the silliness to me.
So, all right, with a 17, yeah, you find, you're able to rent a book, that is about, like, mining and, just the trade, I guess you could say.
Mhm.
It's got, like, some bit of history as well as, okay. Oh, I just had to read something real quick. But yeah, you do find a sort of, not like a, mining for dummies, not quite like that, but a much more in-depth kind of thing.
Mhm.
As far as on, like the actual guild part of it, that would probably be more so just based off of a book about like
The
basically
Wealth of
like
Nations.
like economics and business management. Like it really just is like you adapt that kind of stuff to the knowledge
Of course.
of
Yeah.
mining. So
Right.
you have some reading material for some academic knowledge of such trade.
Great.
And yeah. reading books, it's gonna take a while.
Oh yeah.
Take time for you to absorb all the information.
Yeah,
but
just
we'll
brush
keep
it
that
up.
in mind. Sure. All right. All right. So Brahm's got his message. There we go.
Yep, I got it working.
It's a
Got the
strong
one out of
test
the-
roll.
Yeah, I got that one out of the way.
Okay. Pidgeman, you were asking Arco something, right?
Yeah, I was asking if Arco could get clerics or other paladins from his order involved.
I don't. I mean, I would know of the clerics in my church, but
Okay,
I don't know if.
meta knowledge. I know you're the only paladin in Marduk for your order.
Yeah. So like
But
I
Pigeon doesn't.
I feel like I would know people, but they are not in Marduk.
Yeah.
It's
The,
like I went to college with this guy, you know?
Yeah. Arco would know people from the order on other continents, namely Almaria, as Arco would have had to do his pilgrimage there to become a Platinum Knight. So he knows of that. But as far as like the Marduk Temple itself, Arco is like the only person of substance there. There's the High Priest himself, but like he's not a cleric, he's a priest. He has some magic at his disposal, but he's one guy. There are other people that are there, but they're not magically inclined. They're just, holy men. The Order of Bahamut is very sparse here in Marduk. Probably due in large part to Draconia's influence over the area. And gathering support from the rest of the Platinum Knights and the Clerical Order would not be infeasible. It's just how much time do you have, because they're going to have to, sail their way over here.
Mhm.
So likely,
I mean, in
at least as far as
case-
Bahamut is concerned, Arco's probably all you got.
In that case, when do the Arathis paladins come back?
They're probably on their way back at this point.
Okay. Is their high priest still there?
Yeah, the High Priest never left. He's still at the
Okay.
temple.
Well, you could give a tip to the Arathis high priest, probably. Arca.
You want me to go ask the high priests to come help us?
Of
aren't
Arathis?
they like really old though?
Well, no, not
not asking you to
specifically him.
Not specifically the
Oh.
high priest.
I thought
There
you meant
are
like
paladins.
the high
There-
ones like here. I'm like, well, why?
Also, I don't care if they're really old. Fuck. I asked Levingham for help if he had an arm or a hand,
Damn.
and he
I-
has 1 foot in the ground.
Would I be able to get in contact with this person?
Yeah,
Because if
you could just go to the Arathis temple and
I
find
guess
them.
I'll go to the Arathis temple.
okay.
I'm bringing Pigeon with me.
I'm not going with you. I'm going with
Too bad.
Alcap.
No, I'm not going along. I don't want to.
Do
Pigeon's
you
coming with me.
want a man in a bird mask walking up to an Arathis temple?
Take Quinn. I'm sure
Yes.
she'll ask them to
Fine.
teach do some service.
I'll bring Quen.
What was that, Cobra?
I said, bring Quinn. I'm sure she'll suggest that they let her do some sermons.
Yeah, I knew there was a smart ass comment.
Mrs. Worldwide.
Yeah. Mr. Colorpark. Yes, Ajax. We're going to the Temple of Arathis, you say?
Are we?
You mean
I
Arco?
suppose.
What did I say? The dragon one, the big red one.
The one who's breathing down your neck.
Breathing, just like my face. I'm breaking down in tears. Telling the wrong name and everything.
Come now, Arco.
Okay, let's go. And I guess we'll be off to the temple.
a side quest to go meet the elders. So, Arco, tell me again about these people.
All right. Well, it looks like the party is splitting up at this point. Does
Are we-
Ajax
are
want
we
to go with
splitting?
anybody? I guess.
Ajax is staying to go and oversee his tavern. I mean,
Okay.
he is a business owner. You know, it's nice when they actually make some effort into running their business.
Yeah. Okay.
Before Madcap and I go, I do want to slay it with. I want to slay the axe with Shoshan.
Okay. Let me double check what her proficient instruments are.
I believe harp and is it pan flute? I don't remember.
I have written down flute, lyre, and viol.
Oh, probably, yeah. I knew it was a stringed instrument in there somewhere.
Alright, so she pulls out her viol and has a very quick kind of jam session with Pigeon Man. Go ahead and roll me a performance check. Pigeon Man.
And for anybody
I rolled a
who's
fucking 2.
Jesus.
Yeah.
for anybody who's wondering, that's a smaller violin. It should probably sound something like Lindsay Sterling.
The viol is just a violin.
Yeah.
It's
like a
smaller
Yule
version of
violin.
They're the same instrument. The violin and the viol are the exact same instrument.
Yeah, it's like saying the fiddle and the violin are different instruments. It's like, no. They're basically the same.
Well, Shoshana matches Pigeon Man's skill. Seems as if her time away from, you know, being a bard has left her a bit rusty, but altogether, a very good improv sesh.
You know, maybe we should do more stuff together. Let's write something about the demonologist went down to Marduk.
Oh, you're already giving me ideas.
I can only imagine how crushed Arco is right now.
Arco
Not
can't play
here
a
to see
fucking
this?
instrument, Madcap.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
No,
whoa, whoa.
Madcap's not
Whoa.
commenting. This is just me. I'm saying that Arco is fucking devastated.
Arco doesn't know.
I don't know about
Arco
this.
doesn't know.
I don't think Arco would know that this. I don't think I would know this is going on. So, wait, what? I'll try out. I'm gonna see a flyer on the way back from the temple, and I'm gonna audition for it. Do I know how to play any instruments?
No, paladins
No.
usually don't get proficiency.
Arco can sing really. His mom says so all the time.
Yeah, okay, his mom says so.
His mom says.
Actually,
Arco
I don't think
doesn't
I don't think I've canonically seen my parents since I left. So I don't know if my mom knows if I can sing well.
I mean,
Dang.
I'm sure you've like maybe not during the campaign, but I'm sure you visit them from time to time.
Yeah.
I mean, they live on the outside of the city, so let's see. I'm just pulling up a few things. There we go. I just had to remember the name of the high priest of the Arathis Temple. Just find a good token for them. Alright, let's first go with Pigeon Man and
Arco doesn't know. Is that
Cobra.
similar to Scotty doesn't know?
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. Scotty doesn't know yet.
I love it.
I fucking love that song. I don't play it in front of my stepdad though, because every single time it plays, he says, "You know, I relate to this song really hard." It's like, dude, stop.
Does he also relate to Nickelback a lot? by chance?
No, he relates to Scott. He doesn't know because he got cheated on prom night in high school.
Oh,
Ow.
poor
A long
guy.
time ago, he should get over it.
He should.
All right. So with whatchamacallit, with Pigeon Man and Madcap heading to the Mages College, or well, just the academy, they are let in as they are very well recognized at this point, and they actually meet and see that Ervalor is in the courtyard talking with some other teachers by the looks of it. He sees you guys walking. We'll continue this another time. Seems I have something important to deal with. Friends, well, the festivities the other night were talk of the town from what it seems. Things did get a little hairy outside, but thankfully the guards were distracted and my people we sent there were able to take care of it, prevent some larger scuffle.
You know, it seems like every single time me and this group do something, it's apparently the talk of the town, yet I never hear anything about it.
Well,
It's like they know.
we'll just have to listen more carefully.
Anyway, we have business.
Yes, that we do.
Not political this time. It's kind of transcended that.
We would like to invite you and anyone you deem necessary to accompany or in your stead to the Acropolis tomorrow to meet the Marquis and anyone else that we can rally to a good cause to hopefully strike back against these benefactors.
So we are finally pushing back then. Well, I suppose since I am your contact in this, I will attend. And as far as the support, I don't want to force anybody to accompany this, so I'm certain it is going to be dangerous. So I will leave it up to volunteers, any who wish to participate. But I will make sure that they understand what they... But I will not open it up until I know exactly what it is that we are potentially dealing with.
Well, last night, good efforts were made. Counselor Tarkov is dead, and Commandant Warbrew is under lock and key.
Good.
And
Some good news.
except for the regrettable death of Captain Trailer and his lieutenant, no allied casualties. And whether combatants and counselors.
Well, that is regrettable, but such things are inevitable when dealing with people like this, I'm certain. What, when are we expected to meet with the Marquis?
It'll be tomorrow evening at X o'clock.
Okay, yeah, like, just before sundown, likely.
Yeah.
As if killing the bar.
Very well.
Look forward to seeing you there, and come with some big ideas, because I don't know if we have any.
I'll do what I can. I'll inform the rest of the staff that we have an important task ahead of us. Once I have the information needed from this meeting, I will open it up to everyone else who wants to help save the city, I suppose.
Good. Look forward to seeing you there.
Yes. Well, with any luck, we can finally put an end to this, and things can go back to some level of normalcy.
As if killing the
Yeah,
bar.
I would
Impressive.
love to go back to beating up shitty little thieves in the alleyways.
Yes, things are far too complicated. Well, I have things to prepare, people to have random meetings with. I must be off. Just please, if there is anything else that is needed, please inform me.
Well, we haven't hesitated before.
Yes, that you haven't. All right. So he bids you adieu. He heads to have a lot of very long and we'll say serious talks with other leaders of faculty. It is likely that for the next however long this takes, the students will likely be on an impromptu break.
Just learn at home sort of deal.
Or just like, hey, you know what? We got some shit going on. There's a bit of an emergency. Here's some homework for like a week.
Just
Do
distance
some
learn.
self-practice.
Yeah, just get on Zoom, you know.
Exactly. Here's a study packet.
At this time, you cast scrying on me, and I'll teach you that way.
Exactly. All right.
When we might tell Paige that I want to go talk to Levingham.
Okay.
Okay. Am I good to join for that, or?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Okay. All right. We'll jump back to you guys with Levingham, and then let us skip over to Quen and Arco. I finally get to show off the Arathis Temple.
Yay! Finally. He's just like, yeah, we were supposed to go to the Arathis Temple like long time ago.
Okay, so I had like an idea of what I wanted it to look like beforehand. But really it wasn't until Ajax, got introduced that I'm like, you know what? If he's getting his power from an angel that serves Arathis, maybe I should have a place for this. So,
Not hurt, yeah.
yeah. So I've had this one prepped for a while.
Oh my god.
So
I had a bag of pretzels on my desk, and I didn't realize that there was just salt everywhere in it.
Oh, no.
And then I had the open side down, and I think at some point I turned the bag upside down, so there's a bunch of salt on my desk.
oh no.
So I'm gonna need to clean this.
Oh boy. Fun.
I picked up the bag and I saw it was everywhere, and I'm like, fuck. So, we can do this right now, really quick, and I'll just clean this later. It's
Okay.
just salt.
So, Quen and Arco head southward towards the edge of the Midden and the Grove and find the large Arathis Temple. There are a number of people who are walking out at this time. But as you walk in, you can see that there are still a few people who seem to be in
chilling out.
prayer or contemplation. Because this is part of the assets, just pretend this is like a giant set of golden scales, like weighted scales.
Awesome.
All right.
Well, in that case, I'll. So, Quen, shall we continue inside? Quen?
Yes, Arco. I will let you lead the way. Thank you for thinking of me to join you this evening.
Let's go. Let's go find this guy.
It's like daytime, right?
Yeah, it's like the afternoon.
Yeah, today.
Yeah, and I guess eventually, Arco will probably just end up walking sort of towards the front, where, yeah, kind of like up here to the front of it to see kind of where this guy might be.
Okay.
And then ideally, I think I'd be able to see him, see a keeper tucked away at least, somebody that I can talk to.
Yeah, you'll see that
Unless you
these are
want me to
like
talk to
these are civilians by the looks of it. There are a few other attendants around, but as you kind of look around and kind of peer through, you'll see somebody wearing much more extravagant robes over here, just kind of sitting on the bench, their hands clasped together.
Right. Doing the praise stuff.
Seems like it,
As
yeah.
they do.
There are 2 lit braziers right here, by the looks of it, as well. But they
Okay.
appear to be lit with a sort of like teal blue kind of flame.
So it's a magical flame.
Yeah,
Awesome.
you get the sense it's probably that's probably a sanctified place, some kind of smaller shrine.
Okay, I'm gonna use my divine sense because
Okay.
I want to see, just in case there are any celestial beings here, because like, angels in the outfield, who knows?
Yeah.
What if-
Let's see. You do not detect
Great movie
any
reference.
direct influence of fiends, fae, celestials, or undead, or anything like that.
Sure.
But the entire area around you is consecrated, and you can detect that sort of divine energy.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
just,
wow, I wonder why.
This is a holy place. It
Huh.
is well staffed, well traveled, and
Yeah.
it is a very strong feeling, much
Much
stronger
more
than the feeling than you get
that
if you use it
in-
at your own temple.
Yeah. Not a bad thing. Okay. After that, I'll kind of getting that general sort of, what's the vibe here? I'll probably walk up to this keeper. Right.
He kind
And,
of like, before you can even say anything, he kind of lifts his head up and looks and goes, He goes and sits himself up a bit straighter. The Paladin of Bahamut. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Well,
That's with a sneer.
thought I'd just drop by and say hi. What's up? How are you? No, Arco does not do that. Please. um, Arco will come in, and I assume Quinn is coming with me, and I'll say, well, we've come here seeking your sort of top priest. You know where he might be?
You're
We have
talking
some,
to him.
huh?
You're talking to him.
Oh, neat.
Chief Orion at your service.
Hi, I'm Arco. This is Quinn. I think she's a mute.
He gives a slight bow and goes, my lady.
Okay.
Yeah, Quinn's being very respectful.
Okay.
I see. Ah, jeez. So I'll say, well, we kind of need your help. I was sent in search of help. We were originally going to look for more paladins, but hey, there aren't really a lot here, because there are no other paladins. In
Of Bahamut.
Oh, Bahamut. That's yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we've come seeking your help. We need more paladins. And your help as well. My friends back at the goal, they kind of have the battle plan that we're going over.
Wait, hold on. I fear we are not approaching. We're speaking as if I am on the exact same page as you. Battle plan? My paladins are. Well, they should be returning soon, perhaps within this day or the next, from their business in Zanir. Surely you heard about it, the demonic infestation. Seems the operation was successful.
Oh, that's good. I like killing demons. I'm good at it. I have this
No
really cool
doubt.
crown back at my house. Really big. I got it from a demon. Doesn't really fit on my head though.
I would certainly hope you have purified it so that it does not linger any ill effects. But a fine
Okay.
trophy, I'm sure.
I see. As soon as he says purified, Arco's eyes widen. And he's like, yeah, sure,
Right.
purified.
I can help you with that when we get back.
He has a moment of
Arco
recollection.
whispers, Arco then kind of like leans down and whispers to Quinn, but it's really loud. He says, what does purify mean?
Remove all trace of evil.
I do not think you have to worry about that. As I recall, you mentioned the Gull. That is a tavern, yes?
Yeah.
Some of my paladins and one of my paladins and my priests were sent there after an attack. That was what first brought me to the attention of this demonic incursion. But I had not realized that. Now I see. It is all
Yeah.
related then.
Yeah, you're kind of attacking us. So
I remember.
we got all that figured out.
I remember now. Well, if there is more assistance that is needed from the Order of Arathis, then I will be happy to give it.
Excellent. That is exactly what we needed to hear, right? And I looked to Quinn. Yeah.
Yes. These people strike not only at Marduk and its people, but at the very soul of the city, and they must be stopped. This is why we come humbly beseeching you for help.
Yes, please.
I am more than willing to give it. What is it? What needs to be done on my end? What do you need from me? Do you need me to attend something, or to simply await command?
Await command, right? Kind of like having a
or,
chill.
or ask him to attend the meeting tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. So, well, you can either wait for command, but if you're not busy tomorrow, we're going to have a meeting. We're going to kind of discuss everything. If you'd like to attend, it'll be at the goal. If you need directions, I can write it
No,
down.
it's at the Acropolis.
It's at the Acropolis. I lied. Thank you, Pigeon.
Arco
voice in
takes
my
one
head.
psychic. Arco takes one psychic damage from schizophrenic pigeon.
It's because I actually still have my little metal earring in. I never took it out. I think it looks really stylish, actually.
Those only work from 1,000 feet away.
Well, you're not 1,000 feet away if you're always in my heart, so I don't know what to tell you.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Bam.
there you go. Bam.
Ooh.
Damn, I might
Anyway.
reconsider letting him in the band.
Damn. So, yeah, it'll be tomorrow at the Acropolis if you'd like to meet us there. What time is it at, Quinn? And I'll ask that. I'll ask what time it's at.
Quinn will provide the accurate information.
It's like just before sundown.
It's just before sundown. I hope that does not
Just
interfere
before
with.
sundown,
Yes,
yes.
of course. Yes.
No, I will make the time. Do not
Oh,
worry.
that's good to know. We'd love to see you there. Who knows? Maybe you and I can talk shop. Talk a little bit about Bahamut, talk about our gods, just hang out.
Well, our gods
Holy man
are-
to holy man.
Our gods are allies, in the great cosmological sense. Arathis is the goddess of civilization and law, and Bahamut is the great seeker of justice. Those two often go hand in hand.
Ah, yeah. And you know what else they go hand in hand in? Rock and roll. Listen, man. I'm giving you an opportunity of a lifetime here. I'm gonna put my arm around him. I'm gonna get like really close, kind of like whispering. I'm gonna say, listen, I'm forming a band. I'd love to get you on. I don't know if you play any instruments. Okay, if you don't, I can show you how. I know how to play them all. We're gonna be a rock band. We're gonna talk and sing only about God. Got this pigeon guy who's going in. It's gonna be great.
I like how Arco thinks it's his band.
Oh my
I'm thinking if we get the three of us and I can convert pigeons to some kind of religion, we can call ourselves the Holy Trinity. But that might be a little would that be bad to say? The Holy Trinity? No.
I mean, it'd be kind of insensitive.
Yeah,
But-
that's what I'm
but
afraid of. I'm like,
whatever.
would this be not okay to say? But
Come
anyways,
on.
I'm still
And
writing this guy.
I'm saying this to
1000%.
you. I'm saying this to you, Kay. Who cares if we're insensitive to Christians?
That's
They have
true.
15 years of being insensitive in the Middle East.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're gonna call ourselves the Holy Trinity. We can get like a rustling kind of going on, you know, one bassist, guitarist, and drummer. Like, who knows? Maybe we go more in like the prog rock area. It really depends, you know. But hey, let me know.
And I'm gonna like kind of like tap him on the chest and be like,
Let me know, guy.
and I'll do finger crossbows, and I'll just start walking away, and I'll say, "See you tomorrow, pal."
This guy's probably thinking like, what the fuck is he saying?
I feel like this guy is like 50% sure that I'm not actually a paladin of a Bahamut, and I'm just some crazy person that walked in off the streets.
Well-
which I think would also be really cool.
I'd be lying if he wasn't having second thoughts, but he understands that there's obviously a situation at hand, even if the messenger is a bit odd.
Yeah.
He will still attend the meeting.
Hey man, you
nonetheless.
gotta advertise where you can advertise.
You know, picking up on this, Quinn would just kind of lean in and say, what's his? I'm sorry, it's Keeper. Yeah.
Keeper Dorian.
Yes. Keeper. Let me just. Please be reassured that what Arco might lack in sensibility at times, he more than makes up for it in faith and earnestness.
I could see that. Strength of his character is strong, even if a bit odd at times.
I'll tell you, the things I've seen him do in the name of Bahamut could possibly even convert me.
Rest assured, I will be there. If there's a threat to civilization, to this city, it would be against everything I believe in to not attend.
And I am working on a Photoshop right now.
Okay. I'm also putting things into position, so Alright. So the Keeper will be there as well. Alright, so then with that, you all have completed that task. Now we move back to Madcap and Pigeon Man, who are going to see Levingham.
Yeah,
Right.
we just finished getting a drink.
Okay. Alright. So let me know when you're ready.
Alright, I'm back.
Okay. So Madcap and Pigeon Man head over to the safe house where Levingham is staying. They do the same secret knock that they have, and the awkwardly large amount of locks are undone. And in, you can see Grella answers the door. Ah, so, you're not dead. I'll take it that the festivities the other night were successful?
Yeah, Small miracles.
That'll at least put some sort of pep in the old man's step. And you hear him coming down the stairs. Speak of the devil. Levingham, the boys are back. Good. Then you are not dead.
No, we managed. We come in. Tarkov's dead. Commandant's in chains.
That is good. Have you interrogated the commandant yet?
No, that's our next stop.
Very well.
Figured we'd clue you in.
Good.
Let you know that there's something of a coalition meeting tomorrow evening. The Marquis will have representatives of the Academy, representatives of the Underground, as well as Miss Madsen, who owes us a favor, and hopefully some representative of the Temple of Arathis.
It's quite impressive. You've gathered a lot of allies. That will be good.
We're trying to get as many as we can, which is one of the reasons I've dropped by, not just to fill you in, but, well, to ask if you'd want to come along at this point.
He kind of looks contemplatively for a moment. The thought has occurred to me that perhaps living in the shadows is not really my style. Tell you what, I will think on it. I'll let you know if I decide to attend or not. I'm not quite sure if I'm ready to rejoin the living, as it were. He does air quotes with his one hand.
I figured I wanted to make the offer. We have multiple avenues searching for this Shine Lotus you're in need of, so hopefully someone, gets it quickly.
That would be most excellent.
Should you decide not to attend, personally, would you want us to make mention of you? I've made mention to a couple parties simply that we have a powerful ally, and but they are not quite at their peak, hence the need of the Shine Lotus, but I've made sure to keep your name out of it.
Continue to do so if I do not let you know otherwise. I understand that some of these people you can trust, but the more people who think I am dead, the better. If this were to come back in any way to Lady Drake or her remaining allies, I would only be safe here in this house. I would not want to put the young Grella at risk either. She doesn't deserve that.
You two getting along then?
Well, a bit better. Still butt heads constantly, but it is not often I have found that someone would challenge me so directly. It's refreshing.
I knew you two would get along.
Well,
The only you need someone that can match a wizard's stubbornness, I find.
yes, I suppose. Well, thank you for the update. I will let you know once I have slept on it.
Of course. I said it'll be tomorrow about sundown. You've been, I know you finished your surgeries. You've been cooking up anything interesting?
I haven't had the time. still theorizing a lot on my formulation should the Shine Lotus be acquired. I want to make sure it's absolutely perfect. The last thing I need is for it to do the opposite of what I want.
Or turn your arm into a tentacle or something.
That would at least give me some level of usability out of this, and he wiggles his stump. But it would be most unsightly.
Quite. Well, then we'll leave you to it and speak tomorrow.
Yes. Very good. He goes and kind of starts to brew himself some tea, by the looks of it. Want to stay for tea? Or do you have somewhere else to be?
I wouldn't. I don't drink dirty water.
I've heard that one a lot. It's never not funny.
You knock yourself out.
I've got time to kill. I can stay.
Well, the more the merrier.
Madcap's not in a rush. He'd stick around. He just wouldn't drink the tea.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Like, I mean, tea is fucking gross.
So you guys stay for tea time. Have a few discussions. Levingham tells some old stories, in his younger years, and some of the stuff he'd gotten up to. A lot of the stories involve him polymorphing things into funny things.
Did these all happen when you were a dinosaur living on Almaria?
I'm not that old, boy.
I'm just fucking with
But when you mentioned dinosaurs, I know you're joking, but I could be one if I wanted to.
That doesn't surprise me at all, frankly.
I mean, he kind of points in the direction of true north. It's like, not that far away from where they live. You think I haven't gotten up into a little bit of sightseeing in my days?
I don't know, just living in a fucking shut-off room, magically shut-off room in a dungeon count as sightseeing?
This was before all of that, but no, you're right, it is not.
If you polymorph stuff, can't you just polymorph yourself into yourself, but not missing a hand?
He kind of like stops drinking his tea midway through. Tink. I hadn't considered that. But then again, it's only an hour out of the day. I have only so many spell slots. Let's not waste the resources.
Just spitballing.
An interesting idea.
Well, is there like a stronger version of polymorph?
There is, but it's a bit beyond my capabilities. 9th tier magic is difficult to acquire.
I don't even know what tier you cast up to.
8th. But I only know the one. And he kind of points over to the coffin that is, now that he points to it, it's like got like a sheet wrapped over it, so it looks more like a furniture piece.
And that's where he makes a simulacrum, right?
His clone, yes.
That was
My contingency.
If that's what you can do at 8th tier, I'm scared of 9th tier.
Well, there are a few things that I can tell you about it. I have an academic understanding of it, but such things include true polymorph, as you mentioned. Can turn something into anything of equal power. And should it be cast upon it long enough, they will remain that way even after the spell's ending. There is also There was also a conjuration spell called Blade of Disaster, a sort of blade of reality warping magic that disintegrates things it kills. It is quite powerful.
Can that take the form of an axe?
I assume you could change the form to any bladed weapon, but it's... I suppose. And then there is the coveted wish. A fool's errand, if you ask me. Such things are not meant for mortal hands.
Or
Fortunately. Ha! I see what you did there. But seriously. People who chase the wish are incapable of seeing how they can make it happen for themselves, and so they look for shortcuts, and it almost always ends in disaster.
I feel as if that should be taught in, like, the first classes that people take in learning the arcane.
Most of the time it is nowadays, but the ambition and intoxication of power is a more dangerous force than anything else in this world. That's why I've gone to great pains to limit myself where necessary. Keep my ambitions somewhere within reality.
That makes sense.
Besides, chasing things like lichdom are so blasé.
I feel like if you really wanted true power, you'd probably want to, like, I don't know, bind yourself with an ancient sword and maybe seek a different form of undeath, maybe one that doesn't make you ugly.
Undeath in general is, well, there are far too many consequences in most ways, not just in the physical limitations, but also in the societal limitations. If one is to live forever, there's got to be a way to do it without resorting to such ugly tactics. That's sort of what I've been searching for most of my life. I thought I could get it by researching residuum, but that led, well, not in the direction I had hoped.
I feel as if the consequences that have happened from the study of residuum did not happen, that they would have led elsewhere.
Probably. But such is the dangers of the quest for knowledge. You often find something that is hazardous simply to know. I've taken up enough of your time with my ramblings and all that. You have more important things to do, I assume?
Not really, I just have to kind of wait.
Well, we need to go have a conversation with the Commandant.
Oh, we do. You wanna go do that now?
Yeah, I did want to do it as quickly as early as possible.
You think the fat one's still down there?
Oh, I hope so.
Me too.
Okay. So, that leave the safe house and head over to the Acropolis.
Yeah.
Alright. Getting there, you are greeted by gold sashes, but you will also notice that there is, in the courtyard, basically, a lot of empty suits of armor. And some stuff's getting kind of moved around into different, piles by the looks of it. And you see as you get closer up to the top, you can see that some of the gold sashes are replaced with white sashes, by the looks of it.
I'll touch my earring and say, if you to Madcap, if you want to get back into that guard thing, I think a few positions just opened up.
Nah, I like my current gig. Way more fun.
One of the white sashes kind of stops
Are
you.
you gonna
as
swap to that map?
No, not yet, because you're not going to be there
Okay.
you're not going to be in the actual Acropolis for very long.
Okay.
One of the white sashes stops you. Oh, I was told about you two. You here to see one of the captains?
Here to see one of the captives. But if Lucia's here, I wouldn't mind a word.
Captain Caravella is here. Leave. Come, let's go find her. She's quite busy right now, moving around a lot. Moves you up towards, we'll say, let me look at the floors on here.
While you're doing that, are you ready for meme of the night?
Sure.
Took me altogether too long.
That's
It's your new album
perfect.
cover.
It's perfect.
That's Shoshana on the left. Form sent me the mini.
That's great.
That is something else.
That's pretty good.
I had to get the clone stamp tool out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, pulling out the clone stamp, pulling out magic wand.
Yep.
Spot heal.
Yeah, exactly.
He brings you up to the third floor and in one of the conference rooms. The door opens and you hear Lucia talking to the yellow sash captain, Dimitri. And that's all you can spare? As of right now, yes, that is what I can offer. Should anything open up, I will divert them to you. But for right now, I have to make sure that I'm not leaving South Side, or I'm not leaving North Side in the state that it's in. John's may be gone. That's left quite the power vacuum. I know. Oh, I wasn't aware you were stopping by. We'll continue this another time, Dimitri. Of course. He gets up and walks out. You're here a bit
I
early.
wait.
He just nods.
We wanted to have a quick chat with the captive.
Right. Dungeons. I'll go with. I want him to look me in the eye and tell me why he's a fucking liar.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll have a story.
You'll also get your chance to talk to your nemesis as well.
Oh, I've been waiting for that.
Yeah. He's not gonna, as far as his official judgment has yet to be placed, but I imagine with all the revelations now, I don't think he's going to be getting off as scot-free as he was originally. Come, let's go. And she will make her way. She will lead you guys towards the entrance into not the catacombs, but basically like the underground portions of the Acropolis, and leading into the dungeons themselves, where basically there's like there's some bad history with the dungeons here, as back during the Draconia rule, this would be where like dissidents and enemies of the state, quote unquote, would be held. So they're very expensive. They're not used as often now, as that there is less of a need for them. in most cases, but they are still maintained should anything bad happen. Leads you further and further down, and as you get to one of the sections of cells, you do hear echoing through the hallway some whistling. It's a very jaunty tune in this whistle. And eventually you crest around the side and you see kind of lying on his prison bed Don Fat Tusk, hands behind his head, just whistling. He's got his hat, his feather right next to him. And he's still wearing his normal clothes, but they are in significant disrepair as he's in this cell.
As a worker, I would definitely like change my clothes and to put like to the madcap outfit and magically do that and put the hood on.
I mean, I'd already be in pigeon get up.
Yeah. He just kind of stops and kind of like opens up one eye and looks and goes, well, well, well. Look what the cat dragged in, as he goes and sits up. To what do I owe the pleasure?
I'm just gonna telepathically think to Pigeon. Mind popping that lock open?
Lucia's there. She has the keys.
Oh, I don't know. All right. I guess I asked Lucia.
I'm just gonna do it to be cool, dude.
As you go ahead, do a
Natural 20.
It is very cool. Just goes, and Lucia goes, I'm going to overlook that, as she kind of jingles the keys next to you.
I've been
Puts them
doing this
back
for
on her belt.
years.
That scares me. You're how old?
17. Look, I'll say I was even doing this before
Okay.
I was doing this before I was stealing things.
And as you say 17, Fat Tusk laughs in the background. Nothing but a baby bird. As you approach, Lucia does kind of put her hand on your shoulder and goes, don't kill him.
Oh,
You're telling me?
Both of you. I don't care how much you want to, but this isn't your... He's out of your hands now.
It's alright.
Fat Tusk, you're in luck. These ones want to have a word with you, and I'm here to make sure that they don't hurt you too bad. So be a dear and be as forthcoming as possible. But understand also, I'm only wearing this uniform right now. And it looks good on you, Captain. So,
I'm gonna throw a kunai at him.
like at him or
Or
next?
at him.
Okay. Roll kunai.
And let's make it cold.
Okay. Okay. You throw the kunai. It hits him. Oh! Oh! Now is that any way to treat an unarmed prisoner? As the like cold energy starts to seep around and kind of like freeze the wound.
Yeah. How did you treat me when I was tied to that chair, bud?
I didn't have a choice.
Of course you did. You've always had a choice in everything you've done.
Yeah, you're right. I did. But then I got too deep. I made a deal with the devil. And the devil always gets its due.
Yeah, the devils are getting what's due to them now.
Good. At least they fucking deserve. At least in here, I'm safe from most of them. Didn't stop Tarkov from coming in and playing tricks on my mind. But I hear he's bit the bolt. He's bit the dust now too. You're doing, no doubts.
Yeah, that was the excitement from last night. And did you see your one of your cellmates down here? New addition.
Yeah. Like watching somebody do the walk of shame from somebody's house they'd best not be spending the night with. Oh, this fucking hurts. Ain't that right, Commandant? And you just hear kind of like a little bit down. Piss off, fat ass.
Madcap would go in and quite roughly
He doesn't like my jokes.
remove the kunai.
Fancy
No,
tools there.
Yeah, I took them. Because I'll make sure you won't leave the city alive.
Yeah, true that, true that. Well,
Quick question: does Marduk have the death penalty?
they do. They do have a death penalty, but it is not as often used in other places. Typically, they try to opt towards exile more than anything. But they will execute people if necessary. The Commandant will likely face execution as he's a traitor. The Fat Tusk could, for now that his involvement in all of this is more widely known, but he was on track to be exiled.
Well, any parting information that you would let us put in a good word for? Well, I would put in a good word for you. Lucia might, if you speak a bit more respectful.
Respectful ain't exactly the way I was raised, but I suppose I could give you this one little tidbit. Where we kept you, that little hideout of mine, it's connected to something bigger. Keep going down far enough and you'll get to, Drake called it, the highway.
The highway
It
to hell?
Might as well be where it ends up.
It's
Supposedly.
probably the highway to the danger zone.
Oh God.
Are they gonna put
Oh,
that?
I don't know, guys. Life is a highway. You best go and ride.
All right. So,
Madcap, you think they'll put a highway to the danger zone as some big spectacular song and some stage about flying people or something?
Yeah, that sounds like a good way to interpret it.
Maybe they'll put the lead actor on a box in every scene he's in so that he looks taller than everyone.
Eric Hoker are a myth. There's no such thing as flying people.
anyways,
So is that place the place to start?
it's one of them. It leads further inland to the island, I hear. That's supposedly where she comes from, where the beast slumbers, where she plots, where where the even more fucked up shit goes on. There are other entrances. The highway connects to a lot of different places underneath the city and further out.
What kind of fucked up shit?
Well, I only got what I heard from the few messengers and what little was told to me, but it had something to do with why they were taking magic users.
That tracks, but well,
Beyond that, I got no specifics.
at least the demonologist is dead as well, so that helps there.
Good. Out of all of them, he was the one I hated. I hated the most.
Yeah, you totally killed the lady that ran the brothel for like no reason.
He kind of looks and goes, "Motherfucker."
Oh yeah, we were right there. We watched him do it. He summoned some little shit.
I fucking knew it. Ain't no words in the common dictionary that can express how much of a dick move that was.
Yeah, I guess I didn't fuck with all your businesses. That I didn't do that one. I didn't really kill people then.
They had no right bringing Forbend into that. Jorla and I had our differences, but they didn't need to go behind my back for it.
What did he say?
He said that Forbend didn't deserve that. They had their differences, but they didn't need to go behind his back.
Gotcha. Well, so we've taken out 3 of them. Is Drake always underground, pretty much?
Most of the time, she comes up to flap her wings and puff out her chest when it suits her, or when she has to take things personally, which ain't often.
I'll just kind of like twirl the kunai in my hand and be like, I think she's gonna take something personally.
Oh, no doubt she already knows about what you did to her poor little protege.
Anyway,
as much as I would love to see her rip you limb from limb, I kind of want to see how it plays out. Not really, but
Now, what about the last one? Where do I find that fucker?
the archer?
The archer. What about him?
I don't know. Fucker's a mystery. Got no name, no past. Just does what he's told. Damn good at it. Show up when he needs to. Leaves before anybody notices. If Lady Drake is on the run, though, if she's backed into as much of a corner as I think she might be, he's probably waiting down there too.
Bodyguard.
Probably. Sentinel of some sort.
Is he the one that killed the owlbear?
I wouldn't fucking know. I wasn't there that night. Some of my boys were, but most of them ain't with me now.
Why
All they-
does... Sorry.
All I remember from that night is being told that they found him like a wounded animal, put him out of his misery.
Your boys found him.
And some of the others that had joined up with us, some slicers and pipers were there, but mostly as scouts. They don't kill. Ain't their style.
What about the Harkers? They get involved in the business?
We tried. They only ever worked with me on a business level, forgeries and whatnot. Upcharged me, though, fucking bastards. But they knew I was good for it. As far as this whole business, unless they've been doing something, unless them benefactors of mine be doing something behind my back, I wouldn't know. Madsen ain't the type to accept help unless it suits her. I don't think she would want anything of what they're got planning. She may act tough, but she's a softie on the inside. She just won't admit it.
That's why I'm kind of not looking forward to when I have to plunge a knife in her chest.
You're gonna have to put it in real deep. She's tough as nails, that one.
I've seen it.
We know.
Well,
You got any last stashes out there?
from what I hear, Captain Carsick has been making short work of what's left of my operations. I doubt you'd find much at this point. But since you seem to have gone legit, I'm sure whatever you're getting paid for about this is probably coming from that.
Oh, I don't do this for the pay.
Me neither. It just so happens to also pay my rent.
Oh wait, what was the guy that was trying to take power?
Old Boris.
Yeah. And have you seen old Boris down here?
No, I haven't.
Because
I talked to Carsick about that.
yeah, I guess he's got him there. It's not as important as you. When I came back to town, I heard he was trying to take over, so I just beat the shit out of him. Odd, he didn't take me seriously at first. I think it was the height thing, you know.
Probably. Old Boris was always, well, he was always a few clerics short of a temple.
Wow. It's good to see you again, Fat Tusk. Better circumstances this time. I'm gonna slap his arm right, hit him with the kunai.
Okay.
And while he's doing that, I'm gonna, as I leave the cell, I'm gonna take his hat with me.
I hope you catch my head lice.
I'll kind of like hold it with like two fingers and like the bag, just like wanting to put in the bag folding.
Yeah, you can do
Make
that.
an insight check, both of you.
Okay. Natural 20?
Pigeon Man, you take one look at the hat. There's no lice.
You don't have head lice, you fat lying bastard. You can afford a fucking haircut.
Just thought I'd try to get one last lick in.
Can I take the hat?
Sure.
Yeah, can I do the Dante dance from DMC5?
Make a performance check.
27.
You bust a move, and you bust a move hard. You style on this fat, disheveled criminal.
Smoking sexy style!
Exactly. Fat Tusk is kind of like ripping one of his sleeves and is kind of like wadding it up a little bit more on the wound. He goes, "Not bad, kid. Perhaps you're in the wrong business."
I'm just doing this to get into this.
Besides, I'm pretty sure he's made a lot of more money stealing from you. He would be dancing anyway.
Alright.
Alright, I'll give Madcap the hat back, because that's his.
Yeah. Alright.
Appreciate it.
You have
Now onto the one that matters. See a Fat Tusk.
just as he's kind of holding the thing there, he just flips you the bird, goes back to laying down.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Why does Fat Tusk sound like McCree?
Because I don't know, I wanted him to be kind of more of a, just
Alice, you pronounced his name wrong. His new name is
Yeah.
now Dave.
Oh yeah, Overwatch Cowboy.
Overwatch Dave.
Yeah.
Please.
so fucking stupid.
What?
Wait, is that his name? Is his name Dave now?
What?
Yeah, it's what
Well,
happens when you
the-
name a character after somebody who gets name dropped in your abuse court case.
Yeah, it's what happens when you name somebody in a video game after a rapist.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh wow! But Dave, really?
All right.
That's kind of one of those things. where you kinda
He's
throw
not
something
he's
at the
not
wall.
Dave. He's not Dave. He's the cowboy hero.
That's a better name.
Anyways,
Fat Tusk says to Madcap, "I'm your Huckleberry."
I honestly don't think he's that close
Honestly,
to McCree.
Huckle would have been so much better as a
I'm,
name.
I'm just giving you shit, Jeff.
I know. I just trying to do something a little different with.
I like it.
Fat Tusk.
And may I just say that I'm saying that you were reminding me of Matt Mercer, so is
Sure. All right. You guys move a few cells down, and you see the commandant out of his armor, just kind of in his simple clothes. He's got his arms crossed, and he's just kind of sitting there.
Bet you didn't think it'd end up like this, huh? Me on this side, you on that.
Aye, cruel irony that.
Or justice. You could probably call it that.
Honestly, I'm feeling a bit more betrayed by my own captain. I trusted you, Lucia, and you lied to me every fucking time. Yes. And she says, "Speak for yourself." You're right. I got nothing to feel. I got no reason to want any pity. I'm just pissed as all.
Everybody always thinks they're right.
I just want to know, what the hell were you thinking? You're the commandant of the city. You let your own captain be killed by the Slicers and let them take over the Shade Borough? Kidnapping for slavery? You try to overthrow the entire government, but when you knew what they were planning?
Yeah, it sounds pretty bad.
Sounds downright fucking awful.
Yeah, but I've had a bit of an epiphany recently, being down here with my mind unclouded. Nobody's
You're
come
all
to
gonna
talk to me
die.
since, so you're the first to hear. For the first time in a long time, a few years that I feel in control. You saw what that bastard Tarkov could do. We lied and manipulated everyone around him. How do you think he did that? It's not just his charm, that's for certain. Ain't no way some people could forget some of the things I've seen, and yet I turned a blind eye to all of it. I listened to what he said. I did what he told me to do. And I said, yes, sir. And I didn't think twice. But now that he's dead, feel different.
I'm gonna think to Pigeon and be like, "You buy this bullshit? That there's
Not
some
really.
sway over him, like the demonologist had over his demon."
I mean, maybe a little bit, but he definitely did this of his own fruition.
You can believe me or not. I got nothing left to save face for. I'll accept whatever punishment comes my way. Certainly it's going to be the gallows. I know that much for certain. I know the law.
I wrote it myself.
No, he did not write it himself. This goes. But at least me last thoughts will be my own.
And if you really yourself haven't turned your back on the city and those that inhabit it, then tell us what you can now.
Let's see. What can he tell you that you don't already know?
Who the fuck is the archer?
Can't tell you that myself. Only met him once. Wasn't my purview.
Seems like most people only meet him once.
If at all, from what I understand about his reputation.
Well, I mean, if you meet him and you die to him, you still met him once.
Aye, true. But who are you gonna tell?
Bahamut.
Well, you heard what the fat one said. Going into the tunnels, find the highway, go on down. I can't tell you much more than that.
So what? So what was Tarkov's angle in all of this?
I believe he felt slighted. He had everything given to him because of who he was, but it was taken by him, by people who were ambitious and greedy.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he got his revenge against them. They were exiled. He got it back. He's a counselor.
Aye, but that doesn't absolve them of what they did. It doesn't make it okay. It doesn't pay anything back. That's still his fucking family he doesn't have anymore. And there are plenty of other stories like that, from what I understand.
And
People should use their losses to grow and move forward from it. Losing your family is, or any one of your family, or all of your family, is absolutely not a reason to do what he did.
No, you're right.
Imagine if I just went into the bits and became a mass murderer because my father died.
Well, another thing. You know how Tarkov became so prominent with the Mining Guild? It's where his cover was. As a young boy, his caretaker died of an unfortunate accident, and they put him to work. And apparently when they learned of his gifts, they put him to work harder. But as soon as another accident happened and he was cut off, seems they all but forgot about him. As a young man, prime of his youth, left to die in some fucking hole. But then a certain some people, find this man, brink of death, in a place where he don't belong. And in a way, they give him what he never had.
Yeah, I think there's a storybook about that. But instead of like actual people, like the guy's in his head and he like saves him from getting stabbed in the head and his name's like Jonathan Goldfinger. Good book.
But yeah. I don't know what could have possessed Tarkov to do what he did. All I know is what he's told me about himself. I don't know. Perhaps something in him broke after all that, and he just didn't care anymore. Or perhaps maybe he cared too much. Hard to say. People do stupid shit when they feel like they have no other options.
If anybody cared too much, it was you, and that's why you got into this whole fucking mess.
Maybe. Maybe I'm just
I
the right
like-
bastard to my core, and they exploited that out of me.
Maybe. That about you, though, is what made me respect you as a kid.
Well, thanks for the vote of confidence.
Yeah, well, you'll need it when you're hanging by your neck.
But to make sure they use the strong rope, we dwarves are pretty dense. Gravity is our arch nemesis.
Actually, I'm pretty sure it's their ally.
Either way. Depends on the situation.
So,
Thank you, Ghost
Voice in me
Ajax.
head. I agree, voice in me head.
That was couple weeks ago when
Huh.
the shit with the Dons was just getting started. You sent a blue sash and a sergeant and a couple of his men into the plaza. I think it was the plaza, right?
It was somewhere in the Heights.
The Heights. To the Heights. Why?
Got the tip that there was going to be some issues with the Johns in that area. Might be an opportunity to catch the madcap, since we knew he was trailing them for the while.
It's just Madcap. There's no the.
Well, sorry, that's what me reports say. Anywho,
I can't wait for the storybook to come out. The story of the Madcap. The longest living vigilante.
Anywho, whoops, dropped my dice. Where did that go? Oh, get it later. I think it fell under something. Anyways, so I had my suspicions of Captain Caravella. So I chose a few people that I thought could be perhaps discreet. Some people who might, I don't know, be willing to feed me information. Seems I chose wrong, 'cause I didn't get much after the first contact that night.
What exactly did you suspect Caravella of? Being a decent officer?
Feeding information to people who don't deserve it. At least, that's what I remember thinking.
Did they ever tell you what actually happened to the owl bear?
I saw his body. We recovered it that night. Fucking horrible. Nobody deserves to die like that. May not have agreed with his methods. A man of the law. Was a man of the law. But I know good character when I see it. Unfortunately, that only gets you so far in this place. And the people he fucked with were, well, they didn't play fair.
No, they don't. It's a shame he had to do it alone. But, we don't make that same mistake. And Madcap will look up a picture.
Aye, it's worked out for you. That much is for sure.
Very glad that I met all of you in that warehouse that night. We would have never gotten this far if we didn't.
Do you have anything else?
I don't have any questions.
I got one last thing.
Question or comment? Or a
A
concern?
comment. A comment.
Go ahead. The stand is yours!
Hold on, I'm thinking of how to word it. Let's see.
Rip and tear until it is done.
After everything I've done, I get what I deserve. But if you could do one thing for the man I was, the man I wanted to be, just put an end to this. Make it all worth it.
Never leave a job unfinished.
Aye.
Always tie up loose ends.
That's the plan.
You know, frankly, to make that more poetic, I would stab you right here, but Captain Carabella's right here.
Oh, trust me, he'll get what's coming to him. But, Commandant, I appreciate whatever moment of lucidity this is. And for what it's worth, up until recently, you were doing a good job. Oh, stop it, honey. You want to see an old dwarf cry? It's rather unsightly. Just kind of goes and leans back. Well, go on. You got heroes to be. I got judgment waiting for me.
Real quick, so which one was the north side captain that was in the pocket of the Johns that was removed?
That
color.
was
Sudash?
Urboros Herafen. He was a sea elf.
Okay, that was the captain.
That was the captain, and Dimitri, his lieutenant, succeeded him once you finished your stuff there.
Now, and what was his name again?
Here, I will copy paste it into Roll20.
And then thanks. And then what's the name of the purple captain?
Here.
Now one more thing. Herafen. Was he following your orders, or just Fatty's over there?
Well, I'm his superior. He has to follow me orders.
You know what I mean.
I know.
Yes, just like everybody else. Like, what's her name?
Anything he did for Fat Tusk was for Fat Tusk. Anything I told him to ignore, I told him to ignore. I never told him to do anything blatantly illegal. Who he chose to take extra money from, do business with, that was his choice. Did I exploit that? Probably. But if you're asking about your little capture that I've heard about, I was surprised as you when I had heard about that. You're quite slippery, I'll give you that.
You tend to be when you're covered in blood.
Aye, but that's how you get an infection. Well,
And, what about Loreleth? He wasn't keen on participating in the little scuffle last night.
ha! He's a pansy, that's why.
Why didn't you try and bring any of the captains in to your little plan?
Didn't think I'd need to. I was certain at least some of them would have to have been dealt with, but... I mean... Again, as I said, my mind is very clear. In hindsight, perhaps I would have. But if you want the real answer, well, I didn't want... Tarkov and I didn't want any of the captains at his little soiree. But Thornton insisted. So we had to go along with it and deal with what's needed to be done. After all, that purple-skinned one seems like she's getting desperate based on what Tarkov told me. They weren't planning on doing this so soon, if at all. But you pushed them.
Yeah, they're in a corner.
Aye, but a cornered animal is often more dangerous.
Now, what are your thoughts on this now? What's going to happen to this city?
It's right fucked up. But I suppose some part of me deep down thinks that partly deserves it. Partly. There's no point in worrying about any of it. Probably not going to be around to see the end of it.
Just kind of nod, and I think we're done here.
Aye,
Agreed.
that we are.
I hope the talk was therapeutic.
Therapy ain't what I need.
Yeah, well, you talk a lot. It seems like you do.
Hey, you still got any of that shitty booze in your bag?
I do.
Call it charity.
Okay, I'll give him some shitty booze.
I'll go and take it. And just kind of smell it. It's better than nothing. He starts drinking like the true dwarf he is.
Remember, he has a lot of liquor. That was written down, and you told me it was copious amounts of bad liquor.
Okay. Did you give him all of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Fucking I gonna do with it? I get caught with that. That's a bigger crime than all the other ones I've committed combined.
Operating under the assumption that Marduk has a legal drinking age.
This is true. Ajax gives me a lot of alcohol.
This is kind of an off-topic question, but I always think about this. Did older communities, like I'm talking like 1300s, did they have drinking ages?
No.
Really? Huh.
Yep.
I guess it would make sense.
The reason
Not
for it
hap-
is because water was so contaminated back in those days that the only way to go and counter that was to go and make it into alcohol to kill off.
Really?
Yeah, it was to go and kill off all the germs and shit that was in it.
So
Yeah.
basically, alcohol was water back then.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So
Wow.
like
I mean, if you drink Coors Light, it still is.
so think of like the wine we have now, and take like 1 part wine, 9 parts water. That's what they
Yeah.
would drink.
Really?
It really
Shit,
wasn't
so it
very
was just
strong.
bad.
It wasn't. Yeah, it was really.
Well,
watered
yeah,
down.
just because that's like the alcohol concentration you would need to make
Right.
it more sanitary.
Interesting.
I just want to add that yes, that's true, especially of like larger settlements and things like that. But like in like the medieval ages, like people did drink water. There were wells
Oh, yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah,
But,
like they had access
Yeah, it's not.
to
It's not like
water
they're like,
ex-
well, guys.
Yeah, it's not like
Yes,
they only
they did
drank
drink
beer all
water.
day every day.
They would have to go through a process to make it safe. Like they'd have to boil it, and
Right.
stuff like
I
that.
see.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But they'd have to do it daily because they didn't have any way to store it safely in most cases.
Do we want to RP that, like finding
No.
potable water and boiling it?
No,
Yeah,
I could just
I
boil it.
already have lore about water, in
Wow.
in Draconia. So
Hey, I can boil the hell out of it and make it holy water. Ayo.
Ooh.
Sorry, I had to get
Ah,
it
I
in.
haven't heard that one 100 times.
I know. It's just too easy.
so
As when we walk in,
Alice, if I ever run a game in my setting, you can roleplay boiling water
Thanks.
because
Hey.
because everything in that game is fucking disgusting.
Hey,
Yes.
why did Bahamut show up wearing socks? Because his shoes were so holy.
I hate it here. No, that was good. That was
anyways,
as
Yeah, I'm
we-
sorry for sidetracking. It just popped in my head, and I'm like, I need an answer, and I know
Why did
one of
Jesus
these
wear
nerds
sandals?
knows.
Alice,
Why?
because his socks were so holy.
Oh.
we just did that joke. Hey, Cobra's been trying to get us back on track.
Well, I saw.
So what's
sorry,
the
go for
difference between a semi-formal event and a pirate sex party?
Okay, what?
Wow, these are very different things, but go on.
One, you come as you are, and the other one, you are as you come.
That's really funny.
That's very good.
That was fucking good.
All right, Cobra wins.
Yep.
Cobra wins.
No,
The cover
that
wins.
was good. That was good.
No,
That was a total dad joke.
Yeah, I had one.
Oh,
I had another one, but not nearly as good. So I'm out.
Yeah, no. That one tops it all. It's like the lobster joke
what I've
with
been trying to
Predator.
say is, as we walk out, I'm gonna like suddenly stop in front of Fat Tusk and pretend I'm gonna throw another kunai at him.
It just kind of like flinches.
And I'm like pointing like, ha, gotcha.
Just goes back to nursing his wound. Hey, if he's an orc, how do you tell if he has gangrene?
The smell?
Yeah, probably.
Oh,
I mean, I would assume it's a visual thing.
How could you tell he's seasick?
Gangrene is.
Well, he would turn. Well,
rotting
I feel
flesh.
like if anything, he
they
would
would turn
like,
white.
Yeah. He would go the other way.
Well, it's rotting flesh, so I'm pretty sure
Well,
blacken.
It's also a fantasy game, Vormmancer.
I'm just making a
is
joke about how it's called gangrene and he's green, but okay. Anyways, so you
I
head
don't
out
know
of
why
the
I used your
dungeons.
full username. I'm sorry. I channeled like parent energy there.
It's all good, dude. That was actually pretty good. For a second there, I thought you said Vorm answer, and I'm like, okay, that was actually kind of good.
So, anyways, you exit out. As you're exiting out of the dungeons, Lucia just kind of goes, "That was not an easy conversation to have. Something tells me he's not lying."
Me too, but he still did what he did.
Right. The only person who can tell us one way or another got his face caved in by the Dragonborn.
I should have cast Speak with Dead.
I think it's a little late to do that.
It is late to do that, yes.
Right, well, I have troop rosters to finish.
Good luck.
And
We're in the
meeting-
process of gathering everything. A Magus of the Academy will be in attendance, and we're working on others.
Right. Well, good luck with that. And she'll escort you out of the Acropolis and then head herself back inside to finish doing what she needs to do.
Well, Madcap, I think this is where we split off.
Sick of my company.
Alright, well, I will see you tomorrow.
Good luck.
Don't need luck, but thanks. I'm not a halfling.
Well, that hasn't come in handy yet, so...
That was the joke. How many hours has it been?
Close to 8.
I will go home.
Okay. So, Pigeon Man heads home, as does Madcap, I assume.
So, quick aside,
Yeah.
is Pigeon legit not splitting anything he stole from the Acropolis?
If you ask, I will, but if you don't ask, I will not.
I'll think about it.
Okay.
All right. So, Pigeon Man heads home.
Also, if Arco asks, he doesn't get anything. Oh, he can just consider his armor paid off.
All right. So, let's see. There we go. I feel like it was playing that one Oblivion song for like an hour. All right. So Pigeon Man.
I thought that's because I was playing Oblivion. I'm not playing Oblivion.
So Pigeon Man heads home to the pigeon coop. You unlock your door, and you see this.
Well, that's not fucking creepy. I do say
Feet-
that in character.
Feet up on the table. Madsen just with her hands behind her like head, fingers interlocked. He goes, "Nice place. You wanted to talk?" She goes and sits back up properly.
I did want to talk. Thanks. I will go towards the table. So, you probably know shit's gone fucking down.
Yeah. Interesting
Because-
stuff happening in the Acropolis.
Because apparently every single fucking time I do something, everybody fucking knows and everybody talks about it, but I never hear anyone talk about it.
It's funny how the way the world works, huh?
Right. Like, it hit me
Plus-
like a... It hit me
I wanna-
like a fucking truck, Madsen, when my sister told me about how many people in the bits talk about me. Is that true?
Oh yeah, Pigeon Man is feared. People, people don't like having their stuff taken.
It's funny,
Funny
because
that.
I've never robbed anyone in the bits.
Word gets around. I mean, people from Southside talk, and then people in the bits start talking as well.
That's true. I imagine that's how you probably know a lot of the things that happen.
Well, that and I have a lot more ears than you think.
I don't want to
Wouldn't
know where they are.
So business.
Business. Business, business, business. Well, kind of related to the Acropolis, not related to my robbery.
Robbery.
Oh, yeah.
Did you rob the Acropolis?
Oh, fuck yeah, I did. I'm surprised there's not news about that yet.
Oh, I've not heard anything about that. Everybody's talking about Tarkov and the Commandant. People are shocked.
Perfect
Flabbergasted.
time, I guess.
That's a fun word.
That is a fun one. Business. Well, so you remember when I did you a favor?
Yes, and now I owe you a favor in kind. How lucky for you.
I come in to cash in that favor.
So soon. You need my help already.
I do. I didn't think it'd be this soon.
Well, good, because I don't like to have favors linger for too long. So, what do you want?
Well, we've gotten more information on where this thing under the city is and where to go for it. We need to finish mapping it out, but... well, we need everything we can fucking get.
Alright. So you want mine and my boys' help?
Yeah, I would appreciate that. And you kinda owe me.
True. True. I'd be lying
I
if I
know
said I wasn't concerned for the well-being of the city, but I really didn't know what to do or have much info to go off of beyond what you told me.
Yeah, and I know this might not be exactly your forte, but don't worry, we'll show you the ropes.
Oh, you've seen what my forte is.
Yeah, it's
But-
cutting bitches in half.
Yeah. Who else are we working with beyond the usual suspects?
Well, you're probably not going to like this. The snake. Yeah, I mean, you're probably fine with that, but...
And she, when you mention the snake, she kind of like gets like a slight frown. Him.
You don't like him?
I like what services he offers. I don't like the way he looks at me.
You know, that makes sense. I'm not a woman.
He's really, really not my type in almost every single way.
I would assume he's not your type simply based on the fact that he has scales.
Yeah. Anyways. Alright, so the Snake Man.
The Snake Man, people from the Academy. The Paladin was supposed to go talk to the head priest of the Arathis Temple. Don't know how that panned out yet.
Oh, they'll probably be in it. Arathis Paladins love taking out things that threaten their cities.
Oh yeah, they love it. And
And yet
then
they turn a blind eye to what happens inside of it. Curious.
very much so. And then a lot of the guard and what's left of the council.
See, you had me up until that point.
See, I knew that.
But I know it's a dire situation, so as long as they promise to play nice, I'll play nice as well. And as long as there isn't a dagger in the back immediately when the dust settles, then we're square.
Don't worry. If they fuck with you after it, I got your back.
Lucky me. Guardian pigeon just for me.
I don't know how to take that. You're welcome.
Well. So, is there a meeting, or am I just supposed to send my boys somewhere?
Oh, you're just supposed to send your boys somewhere. No, there's a fucking meeting tomorrow. Acropolis, basically, at sundown.
Good. I've always wanted to see what it looks like on the inside.
Pretty empty right now.
I would imagine so. I don't know. If they are up for it, maybe I can give them a discount on some protection. They might need it considering what I've heard about the gold sashes.
Yeah, they're missing about half of them now.
Also, I have something for you that I want to bring up before we get to this meeting, because I trust you.
Okay.
I told you that I was gonna stick it to the slicers, the rest of them, when we got back. Well, I tried. Shadebro's empty.
Empty.
A few stragglers here and there, taken care of, but they're gone. I know you told the ones in Zanir to head back. But the others, they're gone. And trust
Head
me,
back.
I've learned how to fight them pretty well. I can pick out their guys even out of their uniform pretty well. So can some of my best men. They're
Head
not
back
there.
must have not meant to Marduk then.
No, well, maybe those ones did. I don't know. Something tells me they might still be on someone's payroll. Maybe somebody they find even more terrifying than Tyrnos.
Drake.
If that's... I mean... Demonologist was working for her. They were doing whatever it was to those mages. They invested a lot of time and effort into the slicers. I don't think they want to see their investment go to waste.
See, I think when it comes to their investment into the slicers, they bought high, and now they're low. That's not how you invest.
No, it's not. But based on what you've told me about what they planned, I don't think they are keen on seeing that kind of return on their investment.
Yeah, well, I think if you ask them, Awakening whatever the fucking Tarask, I think that's what it's called, right?
I don't know. It's the first time I've heard of it.
I don't know, that sleeping fucking thing down there. I think that's their payoff, if you ask that.
Well, no, that's what I mean. What I'm saying is, you're saying about a physical investment in the slicers. I don't think that they're keen on any sort of returns on that. They're a means to an end. They're meat.
Absolutely. And that's the problem with the ideology of by any means to an end. Because on the good side it's great, but on the bad side it's worse.
Thanks for the heads up. You might also want to change your locks too.
I don't own this place. I'm not allowed to.
Well, talk to whoever does and change the locks. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yep. Peace.
And then she leaves.
I'm going to sit at my desk and write a letter to my landlord.
Okay.
Because if she can break into my house, anyone fucking can.
Nobody breaks into my house. Only I get to do that.
Exactly.
I'll say, Paige should just have the door like permanently sealed shut and just have like a window open that he just crawls through.
The door is barred at all times. All right. Is there anything anybody wants to do the day of, or should we skip ahead straight to the meeting?
I think you should probably meet with Madcap to tell him how the meeting with Madsen went.
Oh, true.
So I mean, I'll just wait for him here since we're already on the map.
Are we? Okay.
Oh.
Are we meeting at the?
So do we all want to meet again to see how our days went?
Oh, true. That's a good idea.
All right. All right.
So I assume Arco and Quinn would probably arrive back at the Gulf first and regale Ajax with tales of the Temple of Arathis.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
We'd probably not want to go at night because it's probably going to be busy. Knowing the Gaul.
Well, we would go in through the kitchen and like right into the back room.
Yeah, you got the back room. I forgot that these are all the old tokens. There we go. All right. So, everybody meets back up at the goal. Say, do you want to do it the same night or the next day?
None of it matters.
Down to why not the same night?
Okay.
Quinn would prestidigitate the fireplace on and say, "So, how did it go?"
Madsen's in.
Ah, is she going to do that trick where she, and she kind of sort of gestures to show larger?
I mean, probably. Probably not at the Acropolis, but...
No, I did not
Probably.
mean. Although I think the Marquis would find it quite diverting.
Magus Elvalor will be attending. And Levingham is going to consider it. I doubt he'll attend, but I wanted to make the offer anyways. In the meantime, Pigeon and I went to pay a visit to the Commandant and Don Fat Tusk.
Ah. And what did they have to say for themselves?
Fat Tusk made excuses, biting off more than he can chew, being in over his head, yada yada.
It's the usual.
Yeah, I did stab him and steal his hat. But then he train of thought. Oh, he said the place where I was taken when he got me. Would be a good place to start looking to try and find what Lady Drake calls the highway, which is the easiest way to keep going further lower and find whatever it is down there. The commandant says that he was, I don't know, influenced, you could say, psychically by Tarkov, which is why he did what he did.
Of course, he would say this.
Yeah, I think there's some truth behind it, but it's not absolving of him, so...
He'll be given a fair trial, I'm sure.
We didn't have too much more insight than that.
Very well then.
And what about Arathis?
Oh, they were quite keen, wouldn't you say, Arco?
I just answered muted. Yeah, I would say so.
Good. Will one of them be attending?
Well, we were able to get the head guy to come down, so that's cool. So he'll be attending the meeting, but he did say he would help us. And if he doesn't show up to the meeting, he'll at least, well, he'll at least still help us. But he did say he would be there, so.
Good.
Yes,
Is that all from you guys?
yes, at one point we were quite alone in our fight for the city. It appears now we have we have quite a few allies.
That's fair.
The Owl Bear, if he were alive today, I think he would be proud.
I do too. Good. Did Madsen say anything?
Well, I don't know. She probably wouldn't have said this if everyone was here, but I'll say it anyway. You know how she said that she was going to go into the Shade Bar once we got rid of the slicers?
Yeah, clean house.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
Does she get cold feet?
No. Quite the opposite, actually. They're all gone.
There's just no slicers?
None. 0, zip, none. Nil. None.
She did say a few stragglers, but yeah.
That's concerning.
So, I mean, I said either go back, didn't mean to Marduk, or her theory is that they're still under payroll by Lady Drake.
That makes sense. Minus slicers, there'd be plenty of them we'll need to take up right after Tyrnas. But all of them probably think they should be in charge. That'll be a good thing to know that we have to be on the lookout for.
For sure.
Faux shizzle.
Faux shizzle. Oh, Ajax, you also would have gotten word back from that mercenary company. They said that if payment can be secured, they're in.
Kind of figured as much.
Yeah. So, you have to do is bring that up to the authorities.
Well, that'll be an easy conversation. Hi.
Oh,
have
yeah.
the mercenaries coming. You're paying them.
And they're like, sure, we'll take it out of the commandant's budget.
Works for me.
We'll pawn off some of Tarkov's shit.
What shit? It was all looted.
True. He got his clothes.
Wait, Pigeon, you didn't take his fancy ass clothes?
I didn't take any fine clothes. I can't hold all of that.
It's a bag of holding, man. What the fuck?
Bag of holding is a 500-pound weight limit.
You could have gotten, Madcap something nice.
Because any council member's clothes would fit you.
You could work with it, make something pimp.
All I could think of was just Madcap going, I will make it amigo. I will make it fit. Ugh. Alright, well, everybody seems to be informed of what is to come, what is to transpire.
Yes.
Is there anything else anybody wants to bring up?
Madcap would ask Quinn if she's picked up the last of her magic items for the Enchanty Lady.
Yeah, I would have done that on the way back to the goal.
Yeah.
So I believe that was... I forget what it was. Did you create a thing, or do you want me to create a thing?
I did not. What is the... It was the...
I think it was bracers, braces of the bard.
Okay. They were a thing you made, right, Cobra?
I think I made a wand called Wand of Superior Spellcasting,
Okay.
which was +1 to spell attacks and +1 to your spell DC.
Okay.
I don't want to slow us down. We can...
Yeah, let me at least get like a thing started on here so I can remember to do it.
Sure.
In the meantime, Quentin, do you play the drum?
Let me check.
Very important.
Yes, I do.
You want to join a band?
Ah. Possibly. My schedule coming up will be a little bit pressed, but what did you have in mind?
Well, no shit, it's gonna be pressed. I'm doing the same thing.
No. I mean, after we've saved the city, of course, and I'm going to
You're gonna
begin.
have classes to teach.
Yes.
Oh yeah, because she's so getting that job.
Well, I also have a campaign to begin to think about.
This is true.
But yes, and from her pack, she pulls out a small elven drum. It looks
That's not the kind of drum I was thinking.
looks as though it's been well worn with some runes carved into the outside and what looks like an animal skin tightly tied to the top.
Like I said, not quite the drum I was thinking, but
What kind of drums did you learn in your bardic college?
I mean, I didn't learn the drums. I just know how to play the lute.
Ah.
That's all I really care to learn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she has proficiency in drum, dulcimer, and pan flute.
Well, we're gonna work on that. We're gonna get you, instead of proficiency in drum singular, we're gonna get you proficiency in drums. Plural.
Perhaps some double bass pedals.
Exactly. And you know what, Arco? You can sing. But not about Bahamut, and it's not your band.
Arco will say, well, not really into the idea of singing anymore. I like to think myself of more of an idea guy. So, if you guys need a manager, I might be into that. I just got some nice gigs. Now, granted, they are at the Temple of Bahamut, but there
I'm
is
gonna
some
say
glitch-
I think
there's
we
some glitch
already have
shopping.
a man. I think we already might have a manager, and I look at the Ajax and wink.
Ah.
Why did you wink at Ajax? That was so weird. Is there something in your eye?
Yes, I have something in my eye. I have one of those like eye booger things.
Oh, well, you should really clean your eye more often then. That's
I
not
do it
very,
I do it every morning.
well, you obviously didn't do it this morning. I don't want to tell you about
Probably.
that.
Probably not, Arco.
Seems like a personal problem, bro.
Did you brush your teeth this morning, Arco? Because your breath smells.
I'll have you know, all I have to do to brush my teeth is breathe fire on them.
I like the lore.
I actually think that'd be a good way to
That-
clean your teeth.
that-
You know,
that
fire
explains
cleans
a
things,
lot.
right? Fire kills germs.
Yes, but then you smell like ash.
That's fair. Well, only my breath, though.
Better ash than ass.
Oh.
That's fair.
Eat the booty.
All right.
You know it, boys. Anyways.
Well, I just had an epiphany about this this thing. I'm gonna give it one extra thing that I think will be really cool, and I can justify with random active magical fuckery. Or just like,
Oh, for my thing?
yeah.
Yes.
So, what do you think about this, just in terms of balance? So,
I love it.
you'll get the DC and spell attack bonus. Additionally, when you grant a creature your bardic inspiration die, they may re-roll a 1. They may re-roll the result on a 1 if they get one. But they can only benefit from that. Like, the creature can only benefit from that once per day.
Sure.
Okay.
Nice. A little bit of flavor there. I like that.
Yeah. Save.
Oh, and at the what was it, 5th level, I did take modify memory.
Nice.
That could be fun.
That could be fun.
I feel like it's very on brand for Lady Gwen.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I am going to use the
Once.
restroom before we get into what's next.
Okay. I'm gonna finish typing this out. I should be able to actually finish making this during the break. Let's see. While to these bracers, your spell attack bonus and spells at the same DC both increase by 1. Additionally, when you grant a creature your bardic inspiration die, they may re-roll the die if its result is a 1. A creature may only benefit from this feature once per day. I think that's fair. There we go. No charges.
Could you throw in a thing where Quinn can expend a bardic inspiration die to secure someone's vote?
That's what persuasion checks are for, buddy.
I have these magic stones in my bag that can secure votes as well. They're called gold.
Yes, that too.
We're going just full on corrupt.
Hey, Mr. Politician Man.
I know, right?
Hold on, let me look at how things are done on the Witch's Opus, because that'll tell me how I have to... 'cause I have not used the magic item thing in a while. It's not nearly as intuitive as the creatures.
I have to go and relearn it every time I try to go and make something, it seems.
Yeah. bonus. Okay, yeah, so I was right. So to do the... I wish that there was just like a global like spell bonus
Mm-hmm.
that it would do.
You want bonus spell attacks and then bonus spell save DC.
Yeah. There we go. Bonus. Spell save DC. Fixed value 1. There we go. Alright. Save changes. There you go. Alright, so Alice, if you refresh and then search in items, Bracers of the Bard,
Ooh.
you should be able to find those. Hopefully they work. Just make sure that the your bonus actually increases properly.
Thank you, DM.
Yeah.
There they are. A wondrous item.
Yeah. So now you have a little bit more utility with the Bardic Inspiration,
Mm.
but you lose that utility if you go offense with your Psychic Blade. So I feel like it balances itself out pretty well.
Mm-hmm. I don't hold on. While we're waiting, would you mind just looking at my character sheet
Yeah.
if you can?
Let's see.
Something's off.
No, wait. Campaigns. What's up?
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, your spell attack and DC are correct.
Do I need to attune to this?
Yes, you do need to attune to it.
Ah, there was the problem. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Now it should be correct.
And then like with the level 9,
Mm-hmm.
my save DC is 19 now.
Yeah.
Fairly nasty.
I think a lot of your saves are like wisdom and stuff,
Hmm.
which is a very common high stat for creatures.
That's true.
You got Constitution from Thunder Wave. Charm Person is Wisdom. Dissonant Whispers is Wisdom. Wait. Yeah. Detect Thoughts.
Modify memories, wisdom.
Yeah, Modify what memories, Wisdom. There's actually not as many saving throws that you have. A lot of yours are like buffs or things that happen instantaneously.
Yeah, I don't like the saver sucks that much, but
Well, yeah, but that's kind of what a lot of stuff is. It's like, oh, well, they saved, nothing happens, or oh no, they take half of 7 damage.
right. But yeah, now that I'm looking at it, like next, if we do another level, I don't know, but next level I would maybe look at taking another save spell.
Yeah.
Maybe something with like strength or intelligence or something.
What sort of stuff do bards get in like that area? Blindness, deafness is Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
Crown of Madness is Wisdom. Phantasmal Force is Intelligence. That's interesting.
Phantasmal Force. Ooh,
That one's interesting.
that could be fun.
You could always take Stinking Cloud.
Cast it, and then I go Arco.
That would be so mean. Please.
I would not do that to Arco.
Do not bully that poor boy.
I never would.
Can't do it to him.
Arco's a precious boy. He has to be protected at all costs.
Yeah. He's just trying to sing in a band. And his supposed best friend is over here yelling at him.
It's only because Pigeon Man is immature.
Mm.
You know, Ellis, I'm surprised you didn't take Dominate Person.
You like that one?
I like Dominate Person because it's like, it's a good thing to do like preemptively because it says only if you're fighting, not if you're talking to them.
Dominate Person. I don't know if I looked at this one. 5th level.
Bard, Sorcerer, Wizard, and then a bunch of other subclasses. Gesh is also cool, but Gesh takes like way too much setup.
What does that one do again? I remember it being kind of complicated.
It takes a minute to cast, but it lasts for 30 days.
Wow.
You place a magical command on a creature you can see within range, forcing it to carry out some service or refrain from some action or course of activity as you decide. If the creature can understand you, it must succeed on a Wisdom save or become charmed by the duration. While the creature is charmed, it takes 5d10 psychic damage each time it acts in a manner directly counter to your instructions, but no more than once each day. A creature that can't understand you is unaffected. You can issue any command you choose, short of an activity that would result in certain death. And should you issue a suicidal command, the spell ends.
Okay.
Then you can end the spell early by using an action to dismiss it. Remove Curse, Greater Restoration, or Wish can also end it. So it's basically like it's like a charm or dominate, but it lasts a lot longer. But the person is, it's more of like the person is compelled not to or to do something under the threat of like potentially having their brain explode, rather than them just doing it because they now apparently think it's a good idea.
Right.
So
yeah, I like
and it
that.
lasts for a long time. All right, Jake is back, which is good. All right, so is everybody else ready to move on ahead to the meeting?
I
Yep. Yes. Bandicamp want to ask Pigeon if he has a debrief of his time spent in the Acropolis while they were attending the party.
Well, I mean, you know me. My hands are a little sticky.
Couldn't help yourself, could you?
No, absolutely not. Perfect crime. Everybody to be focused on the fact that fucking Tarkov shapeshifted. The Commandant's a traitor to care that stuff was stolen. According to Madsen, no one's talking about it. Which, I mean, my dream of robbing the Acropolis, that's not really what I wanted, but seems like the easiest way to get away with it.
Not really what I wanted, but I did it anyway.
No.
Do you want anything out of it?
I wouldn't turn it down. Or did you, at least be, so I'm trying to think of the word. Exhausted and a couple drinks in.
What'd you say?
No,
I
I
heard
said,
a couple drinks in, but
yeah, I said I'm exhausted and I'm a couple drinks in, so I'm having trouble thinking of the one that I want. Were you at least particular about who you robbed, or were you indiscriminate?
I didn't take from servants.
I guess that's a start.
What do you mean that's a start? I'd never take from somebody who doesn't need it. Or somebody who does need stuff. I only took from the people who didn't need what they have.
Oh, at least you have scruples.
Yeah. Here, you know what? Tell you what. I'll give you 20 platinum. Hard to get this shit converted anyway.
Sure.
They always fucking ask you where you got. It's hard to say you're an adventurer in this town. What the fuck does that mean?
Just go to the bank.
Is it that simple?
Usually. Like,
Yeah,
as
I've-
a former guard, you're a pigeon.
Truth. Alright, well, I guess it's... We should probably get some sleep and shit before the big day.
I know you spoke to Mats and have touched base with Scales.
I have not. Do you want to go do that now, or should we go do that in the morning?
Probably in the morning, might as well. I do just want to make sure. I mean, he showed up in a big way, much more than I would have ever expected out of him.
Me too.
Just want to make sure he's still feeling good about all of what's going on and his new role in the front stage.
Right.
But that could be it for now.
Alright, well, meet me at the entrance to the Undercity in the morning.
Alright.
To make that one quick, Hostile isn't there.
Ooh.
Yeah. But don't you have like speak with animals or something?
I do. At least
Snake
I think.
there.
I do, yeah, I do have speak with animals.
Yeah, his snakes are there.
That's
I'll cast that as a ritual.
Okay.
No, with that one, does it let you speak to a specific animal or any animals?
Any beast.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, you know, I doubt we're getting into combat. I'll just use the fucking spell.
Alright. Do you use the spell slot? It goes. If you're here to see the boss, apparently he's too much of a big shot now. Having fun up in the higher parts of the city.
Where at?
The big place. Lots of
That's-
planning, apparently. He said that they need his help. They're desperate. His words.
His words also include that long S.
Sometimes.
Weird.
He's a snake. He said something about a meeting. Imagine he's getting ready for it.
Well, that's supposed to be later today, but... And never bad to be early. Well, thanks. Which snake am I talking?
Fuck, what were their names?
I know there's Spencer, there's... I don't know, that's all I know, honestly.
We'll say it was Spencer.
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 Yeah, thanks, Spencer.
Damn it, Spencer. Nice going. You goof. He goofed it up.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess we go to the Acropolis then, right?
Yep. So, later in the evening, you'll head to the Acropolis, where you are to meet with the Marquis and your allies.
As if killing the bar.
What did Levingham say?
Levingham said to you, let's see, he would have said this in
As
the
if killing
morning.
the bar impresses us.
Let's see. How to word this? He said, I will make an appearance, but don't wait up for me. I'll see myself in.
Oh boy, I would figure he would want to make an entrance. Or be incognito.
Alright. So, with the rest of you heading in, eventually you meet with Lucia at the front, who is waiting for you.
I'll be in Madcap guard.
Okay. Does anybody else go in costume?
Absolutely.
Alright.
I don't trust these people to know what I look like.
Yeah, yeah, the witch would.
Okay.
Ajax is going in armor.
Awesome. Alright.
Pretty sure Arco sleeps in his, so.
Wait, these come off?
Nice.
So, as you're walking to the 7th floor, Lucia goes, everyone else is already here. Though I think the Marquis wants to talk to you before heading inside. He said he has a few things for you.
Uh-oh. That could mean really good things or really bad things.
He didn't give off an inflection that it was bad.
Okay.
Alright. Here we go. As you make your way up to the 7th floor, over the Commandant's quarters, you're led next to the Council Chambers, where the Marquis is waiting for you. Ah, good. Everyone is already here. A few things before we go in, before we bring everything to table. For one, he pulls out from his coat jacket an amulet. This was found on Tarkov's body. We had it identified by the Magus who showed up. If any of you are interested, I believe it will do better in your hands than any of ours.
What to do?
Well, if you guys want to search up a phantasmal armor pendant, that will be in D&D Beyond.
I'm sure I would love that. That sounds fun.
But it counts as wearing armor, right?
When it is donned. Otherwise, you're unarmored.
Yeah, that ain't gonna fly from that.
Yeah.
I wish that'd be dope.
I, one, don't meet the strength requirement, and then two, also, I have max attunement slots.
Yeah. You also don't have plate proficiency, so.
Ah,
What was it? Phantasmal?
just type in
Armor.
Phantasmal, pops up.
Alright.
Or just type in Fanta with a PH.
Yo, Fanta sounds fucking lit, right? Like the strawberry one?
Don't
I
you
was gonna say I
wanna
did
want a
strawberry
Fanta?
Fanta.
Strawberry Fanta's so good, but every single fucking time, like, except for like one time I've had it, I've like violently vomited.
Did you drink like a Fanta and then like 20 shots? 'Cause that'll do it.
I don't know, I was like 6, so hopefully not.
Well, that'll do it. You're 6.
You were there?
Was I?
Yeah, remember when my vomit was red after playing Halo all night?
No, I don't actually.
Oh, okay. were you 20 shots in?
No, I'm pretty sure not, because I would have been very underage at that point.
Never stopped me.
All I know is I'm out of rum.
Well, why is the rum gone?
I drank it.
Ajax would go and take that thing.
Okay. Very well. You now have that.
Yay!
Yay!
Anything else or just that?
Also, the Magus had something that was requested of you. In fact, I think it's best that he tell you. He'll go back inside. Magus Elvor will come out. Ah! Mr. Madcap. He goes and pulls out a vial that has a number of what looks like dried plant matter on the inside of it. I sent a word out to one of our former students, who I'm still in contact with. She's set up shop in Gelderon, and as luck would have it, she had some Shine Lotus on her that she was not in need of. She found a free moment to teleport here and back. I'm certain your contact, whoever this contact of yours is, will be most pleased to have it.
That is fucking dope.
Yeah,
and I know who that is too.
Yeah, I rolled to see if they were gonna get it, and on my percentile earlier today, I was at like literally 0.005. I'm like, all right, so it's real good. Who would he have contact with that could teleport to them? I know, this person. So.
That's wonderful. Quen, would you be kind enough to send our friend a quick message just to let him know that the Shine Lotus is in our possession?
Of course. So Quen would cast Sending and send that message.
All right. Very simple message.
Now this is a council I could get behind.
Yes, as of right now, much of the other counselors are, well, they will not be required for this.
Yes.
Thanks to the forthcomingness of the, well, I should say the odd forthcomingness of the Commandant, I've also made a decision to place Counselor Ravencrown under, we'll say, house arrest. I suppose that is the best way to describe it.
Quinn's just kind of like bouncing on her heels a little bit. She's very excited.
Yes. It would appear that Tarkov needed little of his abilities to sway her. She is apologetic now, but that is because it suits her. But I do not wish to bring the ire of her family here, so for now, this will have to do until a more proper solution can be devised, as we are currently under an emergency. But, see, Barris Thornton insisted on himself being here. You say that as if I am offending you. No, I just did not think you would be so invested. Then you don't really know me that well, Marquis.
Quinn would say, Marquis, I am not surprised at all. Barris's devotion to our city is well known.
Yes. It's fine, you don't have to continue with the platitudes. I've heard it all. And Hostile just kind of goes, yeah, we got some real business to start writing down. And I've been putting in some overtime.
Clearly, because you've been on the surface all day.
Hey man, if there ain't an arrest warrant out for me right now, I'm more than willing to play the part. Ain't that? He kind of looks over to the officials. Ain't that right? And kind of like flicks his tongue. Yes.
Does he like flick his tongue, like licking his eyeball, like snakes do?
Kinda, yeah. It's like, yes. Well, I suppose, and people of your ilk, you are not the only of your ilk who are accompanying us today. And Madsen just kind of looks around and just goes, hey, look, I was asked to come here, and I owe them a favor, so don't complain where you're getting your help from. Not my fault that you guys need a little extra manpower. Had to come ask a woman for it.
I mean,
Words.
man's in the name. Man, woman.
Woo, man.
Just kind of glares over to you. Keeper Dorian pipes up. I thought we were here to have a meeting on how to protect the safety of the city, not argue like petty school children.
We just sat down. Gotta get it out. This does not happen at every council meeting.
Barris and the Marquis kind of look at each other, just go. Usually only when Councillor Kelsris is in a foul mood. Barris just goes, which is most of the time. Yes, well, that is why they are not attending. So, we have here representative of the guard, the council, the underbelly of our city, the mages, and men of cloth. What are we bringing to the table? What do we know? What can we... How best do we proceed?
Well, I guess our best bet is information we just recently learned, and that's... Madcap, you'll have to tell him the location. In the north side of the city is the entrance to the nearest tunnel of where we should be. It leads to a, quote, highway, as they call it.
A highway?
So that's what this Lady Drake calls it. It's supposed to be the most direct path to this creature.
Hostile pipes up and goes, yeah, I was doing some scouting with my own contacts. There's a lot of different entrances in the north side and few in the Shade Burrow, by the looks of it, that go into the deeper parts of the Undercity and these ruins that appear to be beneath our city. The ones that my ancestors put here. And from what I understand, most of them are interconnected. And if they connect to this highway, then we at least have a lot of different entry points. But that also means we would likely have more places for people to hide. It'd be very easy for us if we go in single file through one place for us to get ambushed quite easily. Lucia goes, and if they're as winding and interconnected as you say, it would be very easy for us to get lost.
Very true. I feel like that's the point of mapping it out, though.
Madsen kind of... It's like picking something out of her nails. Well, here's an easy solution. How many people we have? Why don't we just split up?
I could always make a few of us a little bit harder to see. Could make the reconnaissance a hair easier.
Thornton says, yes, but if you're... Or, I know, Elvalor, because he would actually be more magically inclined. If you're referring to invisibility, it's a good idea, but we don't know how far down this highway goes. Maybe wandering in there for hours. We would want to conserve as many of our resources as possible before going in.
Could you and the other diviners use some sort of scrying or sensors to send down ahead?
We could, if given enough directional help from that one, pointing to Hostile. It's possible, but that would at least give us a better understanding of the extent of where we are heading. But I must agree with Miss Madsen, splitting up does sound like a good idea. With the sort of forces that we have at our disposal, if I am to be believed. These are smaller tunnels, interlocking rooms and such. Correct? I mean, you all have been down there, right?
We've never gone far. But from what we understand, they do all connect.
And splitting into smaller groups does sound like a good idea. Besides, I believe we will be relying mostly upon your expertise when it comes to dealing with the benefactors themselves. Common rank and file will be mostly ineffective against them. You are specialists. Lucia says, are you suggesting that we clear a path for them then? Find the most optimal route and get them as close as possible whilst dealing with whatever it is that's down there? Yes. Well, at the very least, they won't have to worry about denizens of the lower planes, being as the one controlling them has been dealt with. That will significantly make our jobs easier.
Well, given our intel, I'm guessing we'll be dealing with two things down there. Leftover slicers and brainwashed magic users.
The magic users... me and those who will volunteer can deal with them. I have a number of abjurists who are proficient in blocking spell casting. As far as the slicers, and Madsen just goes, yeah, that's more my domain. Mine and Captain Caravella's over there. Sort of our favorite sort of a pastime that we both enjoy.
I don't mind me slicing a slicer either, but
Well, I'm sure you'll get your chance. But we don't want to leave you too tired before you have to deal with the big dogs.
very true.
So, the keeper Dorian goes, all in all, my paladins have arrived. They will need a moment to rest from their most recent mission, but with the aid of the clerics that I can put at our disposal, that will put us at around, say, 25 holy warriors. I believe that will be more than enough. Should we split them into smaller groups, as you suggest? Captain Caravella, how many guards do we have at our disposal? He says, roughly 120. A few more if I can get Karsik to fork up a few more bodies. We lost a lot of good people with the coup. The gold sashes, many of our elites. Well, they're all traitors. I wouldn't trust them. What about you, Madsen? What do you offer? And she just kind of looks and goes, every able body who can swing a sword properly. I'd say that's probably more than what all of you got. Sad, really. Now I'm starting to understand why you guys are having such a problem with people like me.
It's a bit busy.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any chance the Pipers could be persuaded to lend a hand?
Not if it involves killing people, and if there's slicers involved, that's generally what's gonna happen. I can maybe see if I can get a few on loan for scouts. At least they can run into things before we do.
They're good at getting in and out.
That too. If it comes from me, they'll be more likely to say yes. Well, Marquis goes, well, it appears that we have something of a concrete plan.
A plan for sure. Its composition unknown.
The window here is slightly ajar. You see a sparrow fly in, and then it unpolymorphs into Levingham.
Ah.
Ah, there you are.
And they look over, and there is a few looks of recognition from everybody there, except for Madsen and Hostal. Don't know who this is offhand. Gentlemen, ladies,
I'd made mention of a particular ally we've had, and he decided to show up.
Yes. And I am here to tell you, if you are not careful, you will all be walking to your deaths.
How is that different from anything you've ever told me?
Because I know what she is doing.
Well,
I am in tune a bit more with what it is that this Lady Drake is attempting to do. And part of the reason why I have not been able to do as much for you all as you would have liked is because I am keeping track of all of that. Certain feelers I put out into magical networks, tapping into ley lines and such. I believe wherever the Tarask is located is near a ley line convergence, where natural magical energy is at its strongest. Likely whatever is keeping it there is tapping into that sort of source of infinite power. But I did a lot of research on what I believe Lady Drake's capabilities are, and I have a feeling she is beginning the process now of awakening it.
Oh boy.
The sensors that I am placing out, tapping into the ley line networks, there are ripples, reverberations sending out throughout it. No doubt, Magus, if any of your students or faculty are performing sensitive magical research, they are likely getting confusing results now. Am I correct? Yes, they are. Few and far between, but it has happened. Indeed. This is because whatever Lady Drake is doing is sending shockwaves, aftershocks, something like that, throughout, well, this intertwined network. That means we must act more quickly. I have a feeling soon it will become more apparent of the work that she is doing. The ley lines will begin to affect, if they are disrupted, damaged in some way, then there will be physical consequences as well. Odd weather patterns, random earthquakes, tidal shift, things of that nature.
Levingham, telling me, is there not a way to send some negative feedback along these ley lines to slow her down?
I can do my best. There is some things that I might be able to do. Perhaps, Magus, if there are any of your students or members who do not wish to be involved in active combat, may be able to assist in that regard. It may slow her down, give us the time we need. Yes, of course. Whatever you need. What sort of schools would be best if... any of them. All of them. It doesn't matter. As long as they can cast, that is fine. Very well. And Barris Thornton's just like... Are we not going to address the fact that a dead man just flew into our window?
He never died.
Technically I
Never
did,
died.
but I also didn't. It is complicated.
Yeah, we found him. He's kind of been helping us out a little bit since then, so it's all good.
And the Elvlor goes, then you are the one I was getting the Shine Lotus for. Indeed. Did you?
Yeah, Madcap would kind of take, because he took the vial, like hold the vial and kind of like shake it a little bit.
A mage hand appears and grabs it.
Oh, okay.
He's waited. Well, it grabs it, and then he just goes, "May I?"
Nice, I would let it go.
Most excellent. Well, there is much work to be done. If we are to survive all of this, we'll need to work exceptionally close together. Whatever old rivalries we may have must be put to the side or we will all die. So no pressure.
Ugh. Pressure's an old
So I
friend.
take it you're coming.
He kind of holds up the Shine Lotus. Yes. Once I am back in tip-top shape.
Good.
Levingham, we're not surprised after all if anything was to happen to you. And she kind of leans in. There's always Plan B.
Plan B.
And she puts her finger across her lips and goes, shh.
Right. Well. He kind of stands up and goes, Marquis, pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Your predecessor was a good man. Yes, one whom I have inherited quite a number of problems. Ha! But no doubt you will go down in history as one of the most important as of late, yes? I'm not in it for the glory. What about you, old man? I'm just happy to be able to do something with my life, rather than being cooped up in my tower. Well, he walks over to Elvalor. Come, we must make haste. And he grabs his shoulder, and then they
I'll like put my hand up before they leave.
Hmm?
If I may make a recommendation of anybody to grab Priscilla Mask. She's low level and low tier, but she should be very helpful.
If she is willing to Elvalor goes, if she is willing to participate, that is her choice. She's been through a lot. I would not force her to do anything.
Tell her her brother asked. She owes me a favor.
Pigeon, are you sure about this? We risk so much to ensure her safety. Is she ready?
I'm not
Either
asking her
that-
to go. Levingham says, I'm not asking any of them to go into battle. I merely need mages who can provide power, as it were.
Out of
They will not be
curiosity, would a divine caster be of any use to you?
They look and go, no, the arcane or natural magics will be required. So unless you know a few druids,
There's the Grove.
they look to each other. We'll make a stop there.
Could make a stop at Almare, ask some blood hunters.
Ha! And he goes, unnecessary. We have everything we need here. Come. And then they teleport. Barristhorpe is just like, here I thought my time as a politician was going to be boring.
Ah, come now, Barris. You know you've made more interesting friends in recent days.
That I have. That I have. Well, if there's anything else that needs to be, the Marquis says, if there's anything else that needs to be brought to the table, I do speak now, or else we will no longer have the luxury of time.
Dinner. Hopefully it's not my last one.
Trust me, you'll be getting a royal treatment. It is the least I can offer.
Nice.
Madsen just kind of claps her hands. Good. wanting to see what you high society folks snack on all the time. The hostile just goes, "It's pretty good." And with that, I think we'll end our session as the final push begins.
Aw.
Huzzah.
Boy.
Need another level.
I wish.
I know, right?
Well, folks, it's coming to an end.
So
More
we
sessions.
think.
Or
Bum, bum.
I do recall we
Okay.
still have a archer to go and hunt down.
Yep.
I mean, if he's not
Alright.
there with Lady Drake, I mean, we can go hunt him down after she's dead.
All right, guys. I gotta head up. I'll see you later.
See you.
Adios.
Later, Kate.
Where's my mouse? There it is. Bye.
So, out of curiosity, with that amulet, it does not seem to go and give a disadvantage on stealth. Should it?
Oh. It should. I might have to edit that.
Alright.
Because when you equip it, it sets your armor class, right, to 18.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
So, it's literally going and forming a sheet or a plate armor.
If you have the armor
Right.
on, you'd have disadvantage on stealth because you're wearing the plate armor. If you are not, you would if you don't have the amulet and the armor activated, then you would not have disadvantage on stealth because
Okay.
you could technically take it on and off in an instant.
Well, but if he takes it off, so it lasts for up to 8 hours. But if he ends it, then the effect stops, and then it can't be used until next dawn. So you either pull it out and then use it for however long you need it, and then it goes away, or you pull it out and it stays for 8 hours.
Ooh,
But
okay.
I can go ahead and let's see. That'd probably be a modifier, disadvantage, stealth. There we go. Save changes. Refresh form and see if it changes. Otherwise, you might have to delete and re-add the item.
Yeah, it looks like it. Still no change there.
Okay.
Not an issue.
Well, either way, even if it doesn't show up, if you have it on, I'll just choose whichever one is lower.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, all right.
Just as they're filing out, Madcap is going to telepathically say to the Marquis that he'd like to speak with him for just a moment.
Okay.
And well, we're not going to do that now because I'm fucking tired.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Just remind me at the start of next session.
Well, we can. I think we could do it like during the week or something if you have time or whatever.
Yeah, we can do that. If I'm like on my break or something.
It doesn't have to be like verbally. Just honestly, it's just a quick text thing. It could be like
Yeah. Do that when you're more awake.
yeah.
So it's not next week, but the 24th that you're gonna be gone, right?
Correct.
Okay, so
I have
24th and the 1st, we won't play.
Yeah, I have one more week, then I'm gone for 2 weeks.
Fun. Well, I have a feeling October will be the month this all comes to an end.
Shocktober.
Yeah,
Hmm.
very interesting. I'll have to constantly remind myself not to slack off during those 2 weeks.
For those 2 weeks, we could play something else, or we could do like
Yeah.
one shot maybe.
Yeah, or just play some other games or whatever.
Yeah, whatever folks want.
Excellent, excellent.
We're expecting a virtual postcard, Cobra.
I'll probably take a picture or two.
Nice.
Alright. Boy, I got some interesting maps I need to go make. Yeah.
So how's all this playing out just compared to what you thought we would end up happening?
A bit differently. Um, there, there, there are a lot of things that I was planning on doing at certain times that either didn't come up because you guys decided to do something else that was either uh, just completely different or actually smarter than what I had thought of. Um,
Like when you were designing this campaign, were you expecting there to be a meeting with the Marquis, the Captain, Hostile, Lynette Madsen?
oh, this
Yeah.
no. At some point, At some point, I knew you guys were gonna have to at least meet, more than just one person in, uh, in high society. I expected at some point the Marquis to come into play. Having all of these people here, no. But this is way cooler. This is way cooler than what I was thinking of, where it's just like you guys against the world and whatever.
Yeah,
But
we had a
I
fucking-
like the whole like Avengers Assemble kind of bullshit. I love
Bro,
that
we had
shit.
a fucking coalition.
Yeah, that's gonna make this
A
next
liberation
part.
front.
That's basically gonna make this next part much less of a dungeon crawl. Because I was originally designing like the finale to be kind of like more of a dungeon crawl, trying to get to Lady Drake as fast as possible. Now, it's more of a rush to the end kind of thing. Because I mean, you got mages, paladins, fucking criminals,
A snaky
and
boy.
Snake Boy,
Yeah.
and all these people. The slicers aren't going to pose a threat to you guys at this point.
I was actually, when you said that, I was hoping that was a hint at Vigilantes too.
No, not Vigilantes too. But yeah, so
We've kind of stepped out of the whole vigilante spectrum. It's probably something more along the lines of, local heroes.
yeah, I mean, you guys are level 9. You're at the point of like, technically supposed to be very famous. So you guys have had your kind of dancing around in the shadows and people talking about the things that you have done sometimes without realizing who's doing it. But the party. Honestly, I didn't know how I was gonna have Tarkov reveal himself or something like that. I was kind of expecting more so something of like, I don't know, maybe like the party does like an infiltration thing to go and find the Dawn after he gets captured, but then
I didn't have a chance.
yeah, one, you never had a chance because it never came up, and then the whole thing with the slicers became more apparent because I just was like, you know what, this would be a thing that happens, so I need to do that now. I don't know if they're gonna go that route, so I was gonna like have the word like, but and here's the thing, even if like Cobra is into doing that, maybe Jake is doing that, I don't know if the rest of the party would want to get involved in trying to break into the Acropolis and find their way into the dungeons to do that. So then I was like, okay, well, because I was gonna have like, you do that, you talk to Fat Tusk for a bit, and then like Tarkov comes out of the shadows or down one of the stairways and it's like, and then like reveals himself, and then you have to fight, and you have to either fight him or try and run away.
Honestly, I think it would have been a lot more devastating if he goes and says, "Oh, what are you guys doing here?" and just kind of tags along, and then shifts over in the middle of fucking combat.
Maybe.
You
But
know,
at that
so-
point, Tarkov was already
turns
kind of
on you.
revealed to be a bad guy. Like if he was, because that came out a lot earlier thanks to a lot of really good role play.
Okay, Tarkov was a bad guy to Quen the minute you said his name.
Yeah, yeah. I will admit, it does sound like a really evil name, but I was expecting a bit more mystique around him, where it's like, oh, like, anytime you guys would have ever met him, he seems, kind of chill. Maybe a little too inquisitive for his own good, but maybe he's just a very curious person. You know, it's a city ridden with crime. Maybe he's just skeptical of people.
Curiosity
He's had
killed
kind of a
the
rough
rat.
past. That would do it.
Mhm.
So, but nope. Then there's all like, nope, he's a bad guy. He's in it. He's in on it completely, 100%. And I'm like, all right, well, at least in most of their minds, the jig is up. So we're just gonna
Honestly,
lean all in on this as long as it comes out good in roleplay.
I think if you were to go and give him kind of like a split personality sort of thing and made him a little more of a
Like Two-Face.
not necessarily that, but made him a little more like simpering,
Mm.
like in his normal guise.
Oh, like
And
a
then-
like a much more like dichotomy between his
Yeah, kind
personality.
of more like a wimpy kind of,
Like a
not
Clark Kent.
very- Yeah, very kind of
I thought about it, but then I was like, somebody like that would not do very well in Marduk politics. Especially
yeah,
because
that's
he,
true.
I would have either had to change who he represents, which could have like very much changed his story and
Perspectives,
everything like
yeah.
that. So, being more of like a hardened kind of charismatic tough guy in a way, I think it was more fitting
Yeah.
of where he came from.
Right, and I agree with that, but I think going into making him a little softer almost.
Disarming.
Yeah, would have made it a little harder to kind of go and pull him out and go and say, all right, that's the bad guy right there. There's something wrong with this dude.
Yeah.
I don't think you like tipped your hand really at all. I think Quinn was just a little paranoid.
Was Quinn paranoid or was Ellis paranoid?
Well,
I think that, and I do have reference to be with the monument to Markanen, that Ellis just throws bullshit out and happens to be right sometimes.
60% of the time, it works every time.
What do you mean 100% of the time he's right every time? He was right about the fucking statue, and then he was right about Tarkov.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I
To be
mean,
fair, like
Ellis
I
is
kind of
literally sitting there
threw off
reading
the
your notes.
statue. I think I kind of threw off the statue as like, it's like that's a little too obvious. And then like as it went on more and more, I'm like, oh yeah, no, there's definitely something up with the statue, but we got to focus on this first. The statue will come up, I'm sure. So
yeah, we need to go under the statue.
Yeah,
Ellis
and I mean, like, you
reading your
weren't quite
notes.
playing with us when, like, because I mean, he was still obsessed with the statue when you started playing with us. We had started playing just the 4 of us. Yeah,
mhm.
just the
Yeah.
4 of us: Cobra, Vor, me, Ellis. And like with just the 4 of us, like the 3 of us in the first fucking thing Eugene said when we got into the fucking city was, "There's something in the statue." That was the first fucking thing he said.
I'm gonna go back to the VOD and try to find that.
And like I described, like I'm like, it's not like I focused on the statue. Like I'm saying, this is what the buildings look like. This is their integral magical lighting system at night. Oh, and there's this statue over here. Like I do in passing. I don't focus on it. And I even said yeah, this is like Mercane is a big deal. This is highly worshipped here.
Yeah.
And yeah, they have a little monument to him. At that point, I didn't say it was a new installation.
Mhm.
I didn't describe it. It was
Too
Oh
funny.
my god.
I think it's kind of like the whole Statue of Liberty sort of thing that kind of made it stand out a little bit. I don't know, because it had the lake around it and whatnot. And it seems kind of, I don't know, like it kind of sticks out, like it's the focal point of the city or something like that. I don't know.
Mm.
But,
I don't know. I thought it was just on a wall.
yeah, Alice going and just pulling that out of fucking thin air is.
The way I had always envisioned it in my mind, it was kind of like like it was carved out of the mountainside. Like
yeah, it was carved into the mountain.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it was like Rushmore, but like the statue of Atlas or something like that.
Mm.
Yeah.
Something, yeah, kind of something like that. Because he's holding a massive snake in one hand, and he's holding the horns of a bull in the other one, pushing it.
Nice.
We should try to get what's her face Yes, that's it. For some
I
reason,
mean,
I'm
Alice
stuck
is
on Elise.
Alice has tried to get her into games all the fucking time, and she never shows up. Rather, she doesn't never show up. But
She's got kind of a tough work schedule from what I remember, but she's got a new position now.
Yeah,
So,
I don't know. Yeah, she's mentioned before I would love to play. I'm like, all right. I'm just skeptical.
Do it.
It's probably just nervousness. It's like, oh, like you get it in your head of like, oh, it's not gonna be what I think it is, or whatever.
Well, you know, it is a big commitment. I mean, even if it's like a 12-week thing, you know.
Yeah.
Which is a
if she's nervous about it, I'll run Tomb of Horrors. That'll get rid of the nervousness quickly.
Oh, I know, right?
Don't get attached.
Hey, by
to
the way, you need to make
I'll
3
go through
characters
half
because
of my
your first 2 are
fucking-
probably gonna die.
I'll go through half of my city. Where
Oh my god, wait. Yeah, I didn't talk about Morkborg today. We played our first session of Morkborg on Wednesday. Cobra, I told you about that, and Justin, I told you about that.
Yeah.
Org? That sounds like an org campaign.
It's actually not. It's very doom metal inspired. It's an old school revival game.
Cool.
It's a very rules light role playing game. It has like 4 stats. It's really fucking cool. And in our first session, in the starting dungeon in the book, we had a player death.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh my god,
Now it was the 1 HP wizard, but
yeah.
I've been very upfront that I had no problems with Madcap dying.
Yeah, I started a campaign for a bunch of newbies, and they rolled shit for health. First round, they TPK'd against goblins. It was so sad.
goblins were they at level 1?
Yeah, everybody was at level 1.
Yeah, goblins are fucking hard at level 1, dude. Give them some credit.
No, I completely get that. But like it was just a they rolled such bad stats. I think the highest con that somebody rolled was 10.
It's their fault for not reorganizing their stats.
They opted to go and do a complete random character. So they rolled to go and pick their class, they rolled to pick their race, they rolled to pick their stats, they rolled for fucking everything.
Oh yeah, they did old school
hammered.
rules where they did old school rules where you roll everything in order and you can't change anything, which is fucking boring.
No, actually they got to go and choose where it went, but they just they rolled weird.
They rolled like I do usually.
Yeah, I think they rolled their first. Yeah, they rolled terrible stats. I couldn't help it. I told them, I'm like, all right, guys, everybody TPK. Just roll new stats if you want to keep playing.
We'll try again. Do over.
So, yeah, like I said though, like goblins at level 1 are fucking hard. Like, if I ever run Ghosts of Saltmarsh, I will never fucking start my party at level 1. Because
Saltmarsh?
Yeah, the first encounter is goblins.
Really? Huh.
Yeah. The level.
Saltmarsh.
I thought you played it.
No, let's see.
Saltmarsh is the one that's in the starter kit, right?
No.
That's Mines of Phandelver.
Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, I'm thinking of the wrong fucking.
Saltmarsh is a series of sea-based.
Yeah, I was thinking of the wrong one then. Never mind. I'm fucking tired.
You know who would be perfect for that?
Yeah, if I played if I ran Lost Mines, I would not start my party at level 1 because I've seen too many Lost Mines TPKs on the first encounter because goblins are really fucking hard at level 1.
That's what they were playing actually. First fucking encounter was horrible.
If you want to be real cruel,
there were 6 of them up against like 4 goblins. It was bad.
want to be real cruel, do like a kobold den, like a very lived-in kobold den, and they just have traps everywhere.
At
And
level
like tiny,
1?
yeah. Or like even at a high level, like you could do like a level 3 party and do kobolds, but if you do it where it's like, okay, the kobolds are not the problem, it's their den is the problem. It's like you have like kobold tinkerers, so they have like you know all the really fucked up traps that Cobra has that had in the labyrinth.
Yes.
Like imagine some of those, but like you know really janky and um and whatnot, and it's like kobolds can like they have like tiny tunnels that only they can fit through inside of the main tunnels.
Mm.
You know, stuff like that. So like they'll set something off and scurry away, and you can't get to them.
I just want to say, so just speaking of player deaths, that in Pilgrimage, there are things that can kill you instantly.
Fun.
And if that happens, I'm sorry, but it's the way it is.
Hey, you know what? That is the way it is. And you know what? I like instant deaths. There are some things in the world that just fucking kill you.
Like there's something that at any point in any of my campaigns someone can do, and if you do it, you're gonna die.
Cool. Well,
This is why
I mean,
have
Justin insta killed me once. I got revivified, but I got
Oh.
insta killed.
yeah, it's because you were fighting a beholder and he hit you with the innervation ray, and you had like you had like lost 20 of your hit points, and so it brought you to 0, and the effect is that it insta kills you.
Yep. Auto fail all 3 death saves. At least it's not the fucking disintegration beam. That would have been bad.
Yeah, that's Damascus wouldn't be able to bring you back from that.
Yep. Yeah, you know what? Like creature-wise, though, for level 1s is probably like the fucking rudest and hardest.
Mm.
It's not goblins or kobolds; it's lizard folk.
Oh yeah, lizard folk are rough.
Lizard folk encounters at level 1 are fucking hard.
See, I was gonna think something like zombies with that or undead fortitude, how they can just not die sometimes. And if you're if you know if at that level you don't have radiant damage or you don't do enough damage to have high DCs.
I think doesn't undead fortitude also not go off if they get hit by fire?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fire's a little easier because like you can just have the wizard in the back chucking firebolt at them. I'll tell you what is rough to run on low level parties, Sahuagin.
Oh yeah, I mean those are rough on high level parties.
They can be.
You fought that 6-arm Sahuagin.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they have the blood frenzy. They have advantage on melee attacks against creatures that don't have all of its hit points. Like, that's a very easy way to death spiral. Because they are on average rolling better than the party most of the time. If you're like level 3 or under.
Oh yeah, orcs are also really fucking terrible to fight at level 1.
Oh yeah, they were pretty hard for my first party initially, and they were at like level 3.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, back then I was also rolling their damage and not doing average like I do now. Which, that's part of the reason why I stopped doing that is because it just takes so much fucking time. It's like, as much as I like combat, it's very easy to waste a lot of time in combat. Yeah, no, orcs are rough because they can, like, if you don't wall them off and like put up a wall of meat to distract from, they can get to the ranged people a lot faster because they have that bonus action dash. And on top of that, half the time they're wielding fucking great axes. So, oh, yep, no, he did 16 damage. Sorry, wizard's dead.
Wizard's dead at like up until level 3. With that
Pretty
kind of
much,
damage.
yeah.
I was gonna say if we have
you wanna fuck with a level 1 party, First encounter is the boss fight, and the boss fight's a guard drake.
Wow.
Really, a guard drake?
Yeah, that'd fuck with them.
Something Lances would do.
I mean, they're only CR2, but like... no, Lances put plant monsters in rooms that aren't even supposed to exist in Death House. Thank God I took Misty Step or I would have died. In Death House.
Are you still there, Cobra?
Yeah, what up?
If we ever do play Salt Marsh, which I'd like to someday, just because it looks pretty cool, I think we need to have the return of Ren.
Yeah. Dude, Ren's my favorite character.
I like Ren.
Honestly, at some point, I'd love to go and have a party of characters set up and just play through, like start to finish, try to go and cap them out at level 20 and just play through all of the campaigns.
I've never played level 20 myself.
I fucking hate level 20.
Level 20, there's way too many options for spellcasters, but at the same point in time, the amount of fun that it could be is provided you've got.
I mean, the fat damage numbers make me bust a fat nut, but like
What's that now?
you fucking heard me.
Jesus.
But like at the same time, it's just so fucking long.
Yeah.
Like every fucking action is so terribly long. Like,
Yeah.
Justin, you remember the one time, like, because like 2 people didn't show up, we just played a fucking
Level 20 one
like,
shot?
Yeah, level 21 shot that I just put together in 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
How long was the combat? 4 rounds?
Yeah, it was like 4 rounds, and it took like 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was
Just
playing a simple character. I was playing an Echo Knight. Like, I was playing the simple character, and my turn still lasted a while, because it's like, you know, level 20 fighter. Oh, I got 2 action searches. Let's fucking go. Oh, and I got the Unleash Incarnation, so I get an extra attack every round.
Plus, I think by level 20, can't you have 2 echoes?
No. Fighters
that-
don't get a subclass thing at level 20. I think it's just that their Echo gets different bonuses.
Oh,
Uh,
well, I don't know that it's level 20. I think that at some point you get maybe it's level 7.
Oh yeah, level 18. You can
Or
create 2
yeah.
Echoes.
Yeah. Because I had gone and created a concept for a character that by the end he would end up going as Legion, or like taking the name Legion, because he'd have, you know, he'd be setting himself up as a phalanx,
Mm-hmm.
you know, speared shield, and with 2 echoes behind him. Basically, they just set up a phalanx and guard whomever, whether it be an archer or a caster or somebody, and just move forward through combat. But
Yeah, but here's the thing though, doing level 20 like combats is like, if you've been playing those characters for a long time, it's a lot easier because you already know what they can do.
Yeah.
right,
And you're usually going into something with the assumption that you know what you have to do. But a lot of times, to really challenge like high level parties, you can't just throw sacks of hit points at them. You actually have to do different things for them.
yeah.
That's
Do,
why a
like,
lot of
move
the
combinations and shit.
yeah, that's why like a lot of the later things in Critical Role Campaign 1 are still some of my favorite like pieces of combat that I've seen in D&D, because after a certain point, Matt has to challenge them differently. Like the Vecna fight is like, they can't kill him. They can destroy, like they legitimately cannot kill him. And on top of that, if they do, it's just going to be worse for them. So they have to, keep up the pressure without actually like destroying him, and then they have to do a very specific set of things to actually defeat him.
I have a very specific set of skills.
Yeah, or like the fight against the Androsphinx, where it's like, okay, he's going to be attacking you, but he's not really trying to kill you, and it's a challenge of, find his name, and like that's one of my favorite encounters I think I've ever seen Matt do, was the Androsphinx.
Hmm.
That's a very good episode. There's a lot of cool shit that happens in that one too.
Oh, find his name. So, like, you have to have his true name in order to kill him.
No, not to kill him. They were going to the story is that the Androsphinx was the mate to the Gynosphinx that was the like secret leader of the Slayer's Take, the Monster Hunters Guild in Vasselheim. And so and this was during the Chroma Conclave arc, so they had just gotten away from Iman that was being destroyed by the coalition of chromatic dragons, and then they went to Vasselheim, talked to the Slayer's Take because they know how to kill dragons and what to do, and then the Gynosphinx led them to somewhere, I forget where on Taldore, but sent them over there to go talk to its mate, who would know of ancient artifacts that would empower them to fight the Chroma Conclave. And so the Androsphinx, when they got to him after going through his lair and going through all these weird traps and puzzles and stuff like that, he basically said that, a name is earned, and until you have earned my name, I will not help you. And so what they had to do is there were in the different parts of the arena, there were basically miniature portals to the different elemental planes, where if they poked their head through, they would be able to see the different syllables that would make up his name. And so they would have to devise clever ways to get into the portals and then back out. And then they would be able to get the syllables and then try to piece them together. And then as soon as they said the name correctly, combat was over, and he's like, "Hey, no hard feelings. Here's what you wanted." That one was really cool because there was some really like strong roleplay elements in that one, and some really clever uses of items.
Mm-hmm. That does sound really cool.
Yeah. For the hype, though, the best combat they ever had was the Kevdak fight. Just for hype alone.
I don't remember that one.
That one I've rewatched it like 10 times. That's episode 52. And the whole thing is just them fighting Grog's uncle to get the Titanstone knuckles and to free the town of Western. All right. Well, speaking of epicness, we will continue this later. And I will see you all later. Yeah, because I gotta work tomorrow, so I gotta go.
Have fun.
Hey, you.
Oh, yeah, Jake, did Mom tell you I'm taking you to work?
Yeah,
on
yeah, you're
Sunday?
taking me to work on Sunday. Yeah.
So you have to be there at 9?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just make sure you're over here at like 8:45, and we'll leave then. Because you're up at the one by the Best Buy. You used
Yeah,
to work at, right?
the one by the Best Buy. Yeah.
It takes 7 minutes to get there, so that'll give you enough time. You'll show up early. It'll look good. So, all right. Later.
Yeah.
So our level 21 show that I threw together in 20 minutes, we had Zwarjon, the Echo Knight Red Dragon board. We had Fireball, the level 20 Evoker Wizard, who only casts fire spells. Sigvald, the Magnificent, the Paladin of something, I forgot. And then we had The gunslinger fighter, Donkey, who is literally a donkey
Donkey?
person.
Okay. Alright.
And then we had a rat folk named Rat, who is an artificer. He was a cannoneer artificer or whatever those ones are called. Artillerist.
Oh, yeah, the
Artillerist artificer Rat. Named Rat. And you know what? I put that one shot in my setting and I said, you know what? This has no effects on anything. And then I made their party reoccurring. Very rarely, though, because obviously they're level 20. So they were probably, you know, off fucking realm hopping. Most of the time, at least.
All the stuffs. Oh, I feel so slow.
Have you considered that you're drunk?
Actually, I didn't have that much. I probably had maybe 6-ish ounces.
Big.
6 ounces with about 32 ounces, or well, not 32, but maybe closer to about 28 ounces of Coke.
Cocaine is bad for you.
Supposedly, but it goes well with rum, so you know you got to do what you got to do.
Exactly.
There. Let's see, aberration. Ooh. Fuck, where do I want to go? Ragnarok, I know has desert. Do.
Alright, I'm gonna go to... Good night, guys.
Take it easy. See ya.
Oh, have I been muted for a while?
I believe so. I thought you went to bed.
Wait.
I think I kind of passed out in my chair.
Go get some sleep, man. You're about to pass out, it sounds like.
I think I already did. Because I think that someone disconnected and I think that brought me out of it.
Hmm.
Yeah, probably.
I feel
Yeah,
really
like,
bad because I was
disconnected.
I was talking a lot, and I guess no one heard me.
Oh, that's rough.
Oh god, I was just waiting for that session to end because I could not keep with it. I'll get you guys later.
Yeah. Hey, have a good night. Have a good weekend.